Community is the way we find our strength and share our hope. It's the way dinner on
I'd do anything.
Let's put magic fairy dust on Murphy and Buzz so we can play together for.
You laugh like a dude, man.
Well, I can point out for you very quickly.
To disprove the fact.
I can point out very quickly. Men clearly don't have privilege. They're the only ones eligible for the draft. Women are not eligible for the draft.
Oh yeah. You know why? You want to know why that is, Andrew?
I want to know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because men decided that women shouldn't fight alongside them because apparently they're hysterical and have periods, and so like.
Well, no, I don't. Well, hang on. That's okay.
Which Andrew is this? Is this Pickle Andrew?
Hey,
That's
Andrew,
Olive Andrew.
Andrew, can I throw some examples out there?
Yeah, nobody cares.
It's Pickle Jar v. Andrew.
Olive Jar Andrew.
Oh, is this what this is? Oh, the tiny hands are living rent free in my head.
Maybe if less people opened olive jars for you, it would be so.
Yeah, because olives are known for being high calorie. Yeah, those damn olives.
Good job.
Yeah, good job.
We could say that?
So again, Andrew, Pickle Man. By the way, subscribers, we do have pickle jars. In your
Hold on, I want to sidebar with Gladiator real quick. So Gladiator, I don't know if you've heard of Andrew Wilson here. He was on a podcast and they were trying to he was trying to open a pickle jar and he couldn't.
Olive jar. Olive jar.
He needed somebody else to open the jar for him, and he's the most misogynist.
Irwin, check it out! There must be an hourglass for everybody in Ennsville! Oops. Whose was it? I don't know.
Holy crud, this is my best idea ever.
Probably no one special.
Billy, look! I found my hourglass! I found my hourglass! And there's my stupid older brothers! Last night, he gave me an atomic wedgie! I'm still chafing!
Hey, maybe you can shake him up a little. Yeah!
What do you say we get together later and,
Shut some face! Don't be like that, baby!
How do I know if this works?
Hey, Irwin, check it out! Irwin, check it out! There must be an hourglass for everybody in Ennsville! Oops.
Whose was it?
I don't know.
holy crud, this is my best idea ever.
Probably no one's
We're about to see if these two antiperspirants can stand up to the heat.
That's it. In April of 2016, basement. In the room is a chair and dog bowl, but what's also in the room is a completely naked man with a bag on his head. We can only assume that Alex's friend is talking about the dead raccoon. So if Alex's friend thinks it's a huge deal that this guy might have killed a raccoon, then he has no idea what's going on. This friend then says that Alex should quit talking to whoever this bad influence is, and with that, we finally get their name.
Look, I don't want to do this project with Kevin anymore.
So it seems that Alex has trouble talking to people, likes to record things, even things he shouldn't. But whatever his shortcomings, his friend fears that Kevin is making Alex worse. This would make sense because we just saw from the footage inside of the abandoned house that there was someone else in a black robe in that house. Perhaps that figure is Kevin, or Kevin is just one of many figures within this group. We also get to mention that Kevin cares about this project. Perhaps the project is the reason Alex has been recording everything. And considering Alex's friend says, I don't want to work with Kevin on this project anymore, then it seems the friend was involved to some degree. But again, if he's freaked out about Kevin killing a raccoon, then he's not built for what he's actually doing. After this, our cameraman, who I can now finally quit calling the cameraman and just call Alex, continues to drive around and film random things. Eventually, in the midst of his driving, he comes to a couple of old gas stations. Once he gets to the second one, he gets out and walks around. As he's walking around, he fixates again on a silver car, perhaps the same one from earlier, this time with the door open and someone speaking in front of it. Eventually, Alex begins to walk on a small trail behind the gas station. Eventually, he just starts filming the thick brush, a river, a pair of tennis shoes on the ground, an old pipe, some buckets. For whatever reason, he seems fixated on this one location. However, we then switch to footage of Alex at night. He walks down an old drainage pipe into the sewer, possibly the same sewer system that Elowen and her boyfriend were near earlier. This is seemingly confirmed as the next shots are of Elowen and her boyfriend's camp during their camp videos. At one point, after Alex seemingly loses breath climbing up a hillside, as he seems to be panting and the camera is moving up and down a lot, he looks through the trees and sees Elowen directly, wearing the same outfit we saw her in during the camping videos. The camera then cuts to late at night, Alex still watching their campsite. Eventually, he creeps up to them and shines a light on Elowen, recording her as she's sleeping. Just as Alex had to the woman in her house, Alex is recording Elowen as she sleeps, perhaps marking her as the next victim of whatever he and his people are planning. For one, this explains Elowen's bad dreams. She said she had dreams of footsteps around the campsite, and sure enough, they were real. And this also explains how the DV tape wound up at the campsite, as Alex was there with the DV camcorder. Now the question is, how did that tape get there? Did Alex drop it, or did he leave it there for some reason? Of course, we can't be sure until we know it's on the tape. We then see Alex meeting someone outside of their house. They exit their house in a tracksuit. I've tried to match this house to ones we see elsewhere throughout the series, and I don't think there's a match. I think this may just be someone else who works with Alex and knows what he's doing. After this, Alex is back in the 3-story house, and we once again get footage of the dead raccoon, only this time it is much, much further along in its decomposition. Merely thin black flesh robed over a skeleton. Again, this entire series is told out of order. Until you get to the end and piece together all the file names, you're not sure what happens when. But weirdly enough, the decomposing raccoon acts as a kind of sundial. Given its stage of decomposition, you have a general sense of where you are in the timeline. Because after this, when we see the raccoon again and it's more freshly dead, we know that it's earlier than the events we're currently witnessing. Morbid, of course, but effective. We then get more shots from the inside of Baghead's room. Seems that Baghead has bleach for some reason, as well as a bucket they go to the bathroom in. We then get footage of Alex standing outside before he pans down to see Baghead walking around outside in the daylight. Again, there's not a ton of things online that really pull off the effectiveness of this. You go from looking at nature to seeing a naked man walking around with a bloodied bag on his head. And then, I kid you not, it hard cuts into a turtle. And Alex gets footage of this turtle for longer than he recorded, again, the naked guy with a bloody bag on his head. After this, we get footage of discarded pink gloves and what appears to be an open pit next to a construction site. At this construction site, we see the same tarp from earlier in the series with 514 painted across it, as well as the pink ribbon tied in the trees, meaning this is the same location that Alex visited early on. Shortly after, we see why, as Baghead drags a black bag to the pit, the footage of this cutting midway and transitioning into the next video titled Clap 1, which shows Baghead throwing the bag into the muddy pit. And while you may guess correctly what's in the bag, you don't have to wonder for long, as we can see Baghead walking away with a purple jacket. The same purple jacket from the woman Alex was stalking back in the mall. This video gave us a ton of information. Alex is the guy recording these videos, and Kevin seems to be the one, at least according to Alex's friend, who is influencing Alex to do wrong, or at least as far as the friend's aware. There's some sort of project that Kevin and Alex are a part of, and seemingly other people are a part of it too, even if they don't know its full extent, like Alex's friend. From Baghead dumping the body of the woman from the mall, we can see that part of this project or group entails stalking and kidnapping women and seemingly murdering them, after which their bodies are seemingly hiked into the woods. This could be part of the reason Alex records random rivers, lakes, construction sites, or abandoned buildings on the outskirts of town. They're all body dumps. And since Baghead was the one ditching the body, either he's a part of this group or project, or he is doing this against his will. Also, what does this mean for Elowen, the other woman Alex was recording? Questions are being answered, but there are still many to be solved as we move further. After this, we get a video titled Rot. Appropriately, it opens on the image of the rotting raccoon. However, this time its decomposition is much earlier than we last saw it, meaning what we're seeing now is earlier in the timeline. We also finally get to see what the writing underneath the raccoon says. It reads, "Please, God is watching." There's more writing above it we won't learn about until later. We then see Alex walking around the top of the 3-story building before he hears a voice from downstairs and the video ends. Our next video is called Clap 2. If you'll remember, the short clip that showed Baghead throwing a body into the mud pit was called Clap 1. Clap 2 seems to be much more stylized than Alex's previous recordings. A sort of synth tone plays over the video, and our initial cut seems to be from the perspective of someone dragging something heavy down a hallway. Based off Clap 1, this might be footage of a body. At the very end of this cut, we see someone moving in the darkness. We then cut to what looks like a ton of blood and gore, as someone in a yellow latex suit with gloves cleans it up, taking care to discard the remains and use bleach, the same bleach we saw on Baghead's floor earlier, to ensure there is no evidence of the mess left behind. We then get more clips of the 3-story house from outside, blood on the ground, and what appears to be the same homeless people from earlier. So it seems where Clap 1 showed us the disposal of a body, Clap 2 is showing us the cleanup of a body. Someone, perhaps Alex, considering he was the one filming, drags the body away and the blood is cleaned up. I think the footage at the outside of the house goes to say, as you can imagine, most of this takes place inside of the house, and perhaps the footage at the end of the homeless people on a bench are to show us the targets, people who it is easy to make disappear. Perhaps everyone that Alex has recorded has been a potential victim. After this, we get another series of tapes from Elowen and her boyfriend. In the midst of one of them, we hear something interesting.
I've never been in this tunnel. I've been down here before. This is actually by the school.
So since the area they're camping, and therefore the area Alex has walked through is near a school, then we can assume all the shots Alex has taken of a school bus in a parking lot are from times Alex was stalking them, or at least in the area. Through this section of videos, we get the end of Elowen and her boyfriend's camping perspective. And while not a lot is learned through this section, it is cool because once you unscramble all of these, it creates one cohesive narrative. Or at least, you know, the cringy 2014 era YouTube comedy is in order.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got vlogging.
After this, we get a video once again from Alex's perspective. This video has a title.
Harness the power of a Bank OZK home equity line of credit, where your home's equity can fund their dreams, upgrade your space, or even fuel your next adventure. Leverage the equity you have to secure the financing you need. That's the power of a HELOC. Connect with a specialist today to get started. Bank OZK, greater awaits.
It's an endless night, it's a starless sky, it's a hill that I call home. It's a long goodbye on the other side of the only life I know. And it feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. Since I had to learn to be someone new.
RLMR. I have no idea what RLMR means. I've looked it up. It doesn't seem to be text speak or like an abbreviation or anything. It doesn't look to be an anagram for anything. Maybe it's like someone's initials, but I don't know. Regardless, the video seemed important enough to Alex or whoever's uploading these to title it. In the footage, it seems Alex is walking down a road at night, but he's not alone. As in the very beginning, we hear a girl say this. Alex just caught the end of the conversation, but it seems she was talking about someone climbing into people's windows. This could be a reference to any story of a stalker or killer, but is more likely in reference to Kevin or someone else from the project. Either if she's just heard rumors or knows what the group is up to remains unknown. While Alex and the girl are standing there, Alex sees a light off in the woods. The girl lights a cigarette and the two begin to walk through the darkness. As they walk, despite the darkness, the girl is telling a casual story about an experience she had on a vacation. This is followed by shots of the lake at night in a dark silhouette. Given that lakes and waterways seem to be a sort of dumping ground, does this mean Alex took this girl out here to kill her? Well, if that's the case, then how is she so calm? Our next video is titled Gray. Alex seems to be in the passenger seat of someone's car riding through town. I've seen people argue that this car is the same car Elowen and her boyfriend were in at the end of the camping storyline. But if you look at that footage, the inside of their car is clearly a two-tone like tan and brown, and the inside of this car is, as the title says, gray. There's a conversation in the beginning that is very distorted. For what little can be pieced together, it sounds like they're talking about drugs and asking how long it takes them to kick in. And from there, the rest of the video is just a shot out of the passenger window as fast music plays as they drive through town. Now, earlier when Alex went to his friend's house, his friend said that Kevin's always on drugs. And since this is from Alex's perspective and he's seemingly sitting in a car doing drugs, we can assume that it's Kevin he's with. So even though Kevin and Alex are part of some project that is killing women, the two of them still do things like ride around town and get high. Again, the casual tone of the events being depicted make them all the more sinister. Speaking of sinister, our next video is titled Pills. In the beginning of this one, it seems to pick up right where Rod ended, with Alex in the top of the 3-story house hearing someone downstairs. We then hear a voice saying, "You will follow the instructions I give you." And with that, we get the most memorable imagery from the entire series.
Won't be the last time, I'm sure.
So from the title of this video being Pills to Kevin saying, "You will follow my instructions," it seems we now understand what Baghead is. All of the women we've encountered so far are killed by the project. And while some of the men might also be killed, it seems that at least this one was turned into a slave, made to take some kind of pill that made them susceptible to control, likely combined with the conditioning of being kept in a dark basement. We also hear the commands that Baghead is made to follow. 1 clap means Baghead is to bury the bag or the body bag, as we saw in the video titled Clap 1. 2 claps means it's time to clean up. Again, the cleanup we saw during the crime scene cleanup in Clap 2. 3 claps is hard to make out. It sounds like he says something needs to or something needs to be. And then 4 claps means it's time to go. Perhaps 4 claps is what happened to Baghead here, as he's being led out to a field by Kevin, who is holding a sledgehammer, which would explain his bloodied head we see lying on the ground later. Perhaps whoever Baghead was, people became suspicious, or people began to look for him. So Kevin and Alex couldn't have him around the house, so they had to get rid of him, causing them to take Baghead out to a field and kill him. I've seen some people be critical of the story and say this is kind of where they got off. Like, everything up until this point is a stalker and people trying to kill each other, and the addition of mind-controlled drugs does add a layer of the fantastical to the story, but it doesn't really go further than this, and I think the idea of a bag-headed slave made to clean up bodies is cool and, dare I say, creepy. It also gives us an idea of how advanced this project of Kevin's is. They're not just killing people, but they're like learning ways to manipulate people into cleaning up crime scenes for them. Whatever this is, it seems to run deep. After this, we begin a series of videos from a new perspective, as several of the upcoming videos will start with the file name DSCF, which denotes videos taken on a digital camera. Similar to Elowen's videos, these start off completely harmless. From the voice we hear speaking to dogs early on, it seems that these videos are from the perspective of a young girl. To clarify, I mean young as in like early 20s or college age, not young as in child. Thankfully, the series doesn't go there, I think. In one of the early clips, we hear her say it's nice to be trusted with the boys, but that it can be scary to be alone, whatever that means. She also records footage of a vinyl spinning on a record player. The vinyl is playing the song Border of Dreams by the Cleaners from Venus. Whoever this girl is, she seems to be a sort of romantic, or to at least be smitten by something or someone. After this, we get another named video from Alex's perspective. This video is titled Burn. The opening of Burn seems to be in the woods at night, and we hear a girl say,
"You got here first. You did." No, she's right there.
Morning, guys.
Dove Men helps neutralize odor-causing bacteria that thrive on stress sweat. Care changes everything.
Considering that we know a sledgehammer is the weapon Kevin used to kill Baghead, we can assume that this girl is in on whatever the project is, offering to carry the murder weapon. This might have been the night that Baghead was murdered. We then see gloved hands burning a Polaroid photo. After the fire's been extinguished, the hand picks up the photo and crumbles it between its fingers. From a brief glimpse of the photo we get before it burns, we can see that it's the blurry image of a woman who's been killed, lying on the ground, her face bloody. But if we look at the outfit in the photograph, as well as a dark shot we see for a few seconds before the image is introduced, we can see that the victim is the same girl from the beginning of the video who asked to carry the sledgehammer. Meaning whoever this was likely in the know on what the project was up to, perhaps even being a part of it herself before she was murdered. Either she didn't know what the group was up to and she was always a victim, or the group is tying up loose ends. Our next series of videos takes us back to the DSCF perspective, and it just looks like a series of videos a girl would record with her handheld camera. Her with her friends at the lake, her with a couple of younger boys, perhaps her younger brothers or kids she's babysitting. Footage that would be completely harmless were it not in this series. However, that is until you get to tape DSCF-0024, which is 50 seconds of darkness in the woods. Until the camera focuses on what might be a pool of blood, it's hard to tell, but the setting as well as the darkness and the woods and the quiet nature of the shots implies that something nefarious and certainly less cheery is going on than the previous shots we've seen from this perspective. Perhaps whatever girl was recording these videos wasn't so harmless after all. After this, we get more footage from Alex's perspective. He gets footage of cats, chickens, a house that he's potentially stalking. You know, normal extracurricular stuff. We then get footage of what seems to be a sludge of flies. Perhaps this is some container that something is rotting or decomposing inside of. Something infested with sickness and death. We get more footage of the woods at night, footage of what appears to be a black bag that earlier we saw a body inside of, and then we once again see that light out in the darkness, only this time Alex approaches it. What he finds is this: a man in a dark robe holding the light. His face a sort of plastic mask that makes him seem like a mannequin. I believe this figure to be Kevin, draped in a dark robe with a light, preparing for a killing. This is the same light that Alex has seen in the darkness a couple of times up until this point. The time he was driving down the road, saw it, pulled over and rolled down his window. Or the time he was with the girl in the parking lot at night and saw it before he began leading the girl towards it. Perhaps this mask, robe, and light are the things Kevin dons before killing. Speaking of that parking lot at night, our next video is once again from the girl with the DSCF perspective. However, this footage appears to be from a parking lot at night. Perhaps the same parking lot we saw at the beginning of RMLR. That would mean that this short clip that doesn't have any audio is from the perspective of the girl Alex led into the woods that night and I believe murdered. So that means the girl from the DSCF tapes is the same girl who was in the parking lot with Alex. Which means my suspicions about the DSCF having the weird footage of the ground at night and potentially a pool of blood means they're up to something. Because the girl who was there with Alex certainly knew what the group was up to. I'll take it further and say I believe this girl to be the same girl who was asking Kevin to hold a sledgehammer and was then murdered before her Polaroid shot was taken and burned. So this girl was a part of the project along with Kevin, and Alex was a part of the killings, but then was killed herself for some reason. Why? Things to keep in mind as we move on. The next video is titled 19/05/2016, which is a date that corresponds with May the 19th, 2016. This footage is from the perspective of a Nest security camera. It's 1 minute long and the only thing we see is headlights appear in front of the house. Perhaps someone stopping by who is up to no good. I've tried to match the front layout of this house with some of the other houses we see, like the greenhouse that Alex was stalking, or the house that his friend in the sweatsuit came out of. I can't definitively match it to any, but if it's the security camera of a house in this series, that probably means that something bad is going to happen there. Actually, wait, okay, while I was sitting here recording, I have the footage pulled up to the side, and I was looking at it back and forth to make sure I'm on the right place as I talk. Dude, okay, the front of this house from the Nest camera is the front of Elowyn's house. And that makes so much sense, because when you make all of the Elowyn boyfriend camping storyline chronological, the first clip is like a 20-second clip of him waiting on her at the front of her house, and it makes sense why that's there now. It's so you can match it up to this security camera footage. Oh my gosh. Oh no, but if that's her house, that means, oh no. Oh gosh. Oh, this series is so brutal. Okay. Our next clip is called Vulture, and this gives us a ton of information. The footage begins with vultures eating something dead in the middle of a road, interlaced with images of a concrete floor being sprayed off, likely the aftermath of one of the project's victims. Just like in Pills, we hear a droning noise as Kevin is speaking.
I've noticed you've been aloof lately. You like this, don't you? My neighbor. I've had my eye on her for some time now. I'll have her and you can forget the stuff, like I said.
This is laced with some graphic images, one of which I believe shows someone slamming their hand with a knife, and footage of what appears to be Kevin outside of a farmhouse. The same house Alex was recording outside of earlier when he got footage of the cats and the chickens. It seems that Alex began to footage this house, and eventually Kevin marked it as a target. Kevin continues to speak and says, "I've had my eye on her for a while. When I'm done, you can pick up the scraps." Like a vulture. So initially, you may think this neighbor girl he's interested in is one of the girls he was stalking earlier. But I think it's Elowyn. Because if you'll remember, back when Elowyn was walking her dog at the beginning of her storyline, her dog walked into the yard of the 3-story house. Just as I realized a moment ago, they didn't show us a shot of the front of Elowyn's house for no reason. It mattered later to connect it to the security camera. I don't think they would have mentioned that Elowyn lives next to the 3-story house if it didn't matter here when Kevin mentions the neighbor girl. So it seems that Alex is interested in Elowyn. This seems apparent from him stalking and recording her. But Kevin says he's been interested in her for some time, and when he's done with her, Alex can have the scraps. After Kevin is done speaking, we see this.
Nope.
So I just kept going.
This is ours?
I just kept going.
We create art for other people to listen, enjoy, and share. It brings senses of emotion into us.
My idea of happiness is to just do what you're passionate about.
Not caring what people think and being confident about yourself and do what you think is happy.
Be yourself, you know. People might like you for who you are. You never know.
I believe these are glimpses of part of the project's killings. We don't know what the project is for sure, but we know it involves killing people, we know it involves converting someone into baghead, and it has things like recording and Polaroids. It makes sense that there would be an air of regalia attached to their murders. We've already seen what Kevin wears, a giant black wizard's cloak with, you know, a plastic face attached. It makes sense that others in the project would dress the same. We see glimpses of a long flowing dress, red mask. There's a sacredcy in the presentation to these killings. Speaking of killings, our next video is titled Alex. In the beginning of Alex, the camera is fixed on a dark corner in the unfinished house. It seems that Alex isn't holding the camera. It's simply lying on the ground, slightly crooked. As the camera aims at the corner, we hear someone moaning and crying out in pain, louder and louder. Suddenly, a dark shape cloaked in black stands up from the corner. If the outfit is anything to go on, this must be Kevin. This is followed by the whole screen turning to an image of a guy being impaled through the throat. It's not real, I think. I'm pretty sure it's still just, you know, fake, made for the series. I don't think it's like a live leak screenshot, but it looks really good / bad. Like I said, viewer discretion for this whole thing. It's funny how people are like, I bet the series got kicked off of YouTube because it was real, or like a real person was convicted in these crimes. And then you watch the series and it's like super graphic images and complete naked people swinging around. And it's like, okay, well, that was probably it. After this, we finally see the full writing next to the decomposing raccoon in the 3-story building. It reads, "Please don't steal my tapes. Please. God is watching." This will be super important for my end analysis, but for now we're just going to move on. Our next video is titled 26/05/2016. This is again from the perspective of the Nest security camera. Takes place 1 week after the last. We see a girl walking into her home, and while yes, I did just figure out this is Elowyn's house, I don't think that's Elowyn. The hair is kind of the same length, but this person looks older, whoever they are, so perhaps Elowyn's mom. But this video is just 10 seconds of her entering the house, and then the video ends. Our next video is titled Suits. This is again from Alex's perspective. He's walking down the road and works his way through the trees until he gets to a crime scene. He waits for a moment before 2 detectives make their way down the path. The men are far off and it's hard to understand what they're saying, but I can at least make out the words second body and girl. Also, when they lift a sheet from the victim, they seem to be repulsed by what they find. It seems that the police have begun to find the bodies that the project has been burying. And considering they're out in the woods, perhaps this is the purple jacket girl, or at least in the same region as the purple jacket girl. And again, as mentioned, there is the note of a second body, meaning the police are starting to find several of the group's victims. As he always does, Alex seemingly gets distracted midway through and starts recording the treetops, and then goes back to filming, you know, the police looking at the body that he helped put there. Alex then records his walk home before we get the brief glimpse of what appears to be a black tarp, wet under candlelight. So the police have begun to catch on to these killings. Consequences of this will be apparent soon. From here, for now, we switch back to the girl with the DSCF perspective. I know earlier I said she dies being killed by the group, and I still stand by that, but remember, this series is told out of order. I'm also, so I can quit calling her the girl from the DSCF perspective, I'm just gonna call her Cigarette, since the most notable thing I've seen her do, other than die, is hold a cigarette. We again get a series of videos from her perspective, walking through a cemetery, recording an old mattress in the woods, recording an area that's being logged. Also, in one of my most convincing pieces of evidence that this cigarette girl is the same cigarette girl from the parking lot who I believe gets killed by Kevin. In DSCF 0772, we see her standing outside at night, and what does she do? She smokes a cigarette. After this, we see that she was walking through the cemetery with a friend, the two of them seemingly learning how to use the digital camera. It's after Cigarette hands the camera to her friend that she says one of the most revealing things in the entire series that lays the groundwork for nearly all of the analysis that will come after. And she says it in the most nonchalant way.
It just frustrates me how much attention Kevin gives Alex. It's like, I don't even know what he sees in him. Like, he doesn't even talk, he just like records really after.
Well, isn't Alex like autistic or something? Like, I think Kevin's just being kind of nice to him. It's not even like that.
Okay, this does so much. For one, clearly, plainly, no obstruction about it. Cigarette knows what Kevin and Alex are up to. She went out there that night with him willingly. She offered to carry the sledgehammer knowing what they were doing, and ultimately they betrayed her. She also seems to be jealous of the attention Kevin is giving Alex. She is likely in love or infatuated with Kevin. This would explain her loyalty to the project and how she got roped into it in the first place. But more importantly, we get the mention that Alex is autistic. Or at least Cigarette's friend says, isn't he like autistic? Autism may not be the official diagnosis, but there is something different about him mentally. We've kind of seen hints of this. Alex's friend says he has trouble talking to people. And as mentioned, he records everything compulsively. But with the mention that Alex may be mentally unwell and Kevin is interested in him, this is no longer an evil guy finding a worse influence. This might be someone who's mentally unwell being taken advantage of. And then right after that, Cigarette drops another bombshell.
He hasn't been around lately. Like, Kevin has just been filming his own stuff without him. I think they got into like a fight or something.
This makes everything fit so much easier. See, when I got to the end of the series and I was trying to lay all of these out in order, I kept hitting complications. Because of my theories you'll hear in a moment, Alex couldn't have recorded everything we see, at least from the DV perspective. But Cigarette says here that they got into a fight and now Kevin is recording his own things. That means for the handheld mini DV tapes, there are two cameramen, Alex and sometimes Kevin. I also think we hear in the rest of this tape the reason the project murdered Cigarette.
This is Mia. She dreams of taking her boutique swimwear brand nationwide. With her business growing so fast, she needs fast funding.
Just about things we've been doing. I think he's like worried that Alex is gonna tell people stuff. Nothing, just like, it's none of anyone's business really.
It seems that Cigarette got upset at Kevin and started saying way too much. I think that since Kevin is so invested with the project, he began handing out cameras to members of the group to record everything they were doing, especially the killings. This is probably why he was so infatuated with Alex, because Alex did that anyway. So it's likely that Kevin saw the same tapes from Cigarette that we're seeing now and saw that she started telling random people way too much. Off of just what we heard, this random girl now knows that Kevin and Alex are having to fight, and Kevin is worried that Alex will tell people about what they're doing. Keep in mind, this is in the midst of the police finding the bodies in an investigation. So if Kevin's tying up loose ends, then Cigarette's one of them. Also, when she said she thinks Kevin and Alex got into a fight, I think that's an understatement. I also think in Cigarette's footage, we see exactly what she brought to the project. Most of the videos are of her talking to other girls her age, walking around in the woods. I think that she was probably the bait, luring in girls her own age to be murdered. Tragically, this aligns with a lot of criminal cases in the real world, as a man manipulates a woman to bring him victims. Manipulation being a trait we already knew Kevin had due to his relationship with Alex, someone he could take advantage of. That video line seems to be the end of Cigarette's perspective, and like I said, I think we know how she ends up. Our next video switches back to Kevin's perspective with a catch. This video is titled DV100115. This is significant because earlier, the 30-minute video was also called DV100115. I believe as we're going to see, this is still Alex recording, but going off of what Cigarette said about Kevin, this implies that there are two cameras. In this footage, Alex walks around on a rainy day, getting a lot of shots of old cemeteries, walking through people's backyards. He gets footage of a smashed worm and a dead animal, ultimately filming the sky until night falls. We then get footage of Cigarette at the fire. She talks about how she likes watching things burn, which is like the most normal thing she's done. And after some footage of the lake, we hear this.
This is not fucking killing if you don't have that tape, right? We're supposed to know you didn't go to someone with it. Where the fuck are you going?
So this seems like it's from Alex's perspective. I mean, makes sense. It's a DV file, right? But that's Cigarette speaking. She's saying that someone, likely Kevin, is going to get mad if he doesn't have that tape. And then asking, how do we know you didn't go to someone with it? So she's mad because Alex has left a tape, likely a tape of something they've done. More than likely, a tape we haven't seen of the project killing someone. And Alex has seemingly misplaced that tape. Well, where have we seen one of Alex's tapes pop up? That's right, the tape that Elowin found back at the campsite. So that night, Alex, while stalking Elowin, someone that we know he and Kevin was interested in, Alex left a tape at that campsite for them to find. But why? We're almost to the end, just hold on to that. Our next video is titled Smut. And similar to videos like Pills, it seems to be far more edited. The video opens with footage of animal bones before it cuts to a white sheet in a field. Heavy droning music plays as the sheet begins to move, a person crawling around unnaturally on all fours. We then cut to footage inside of the 3-story house. We see someone walking around in a wedding dress next to what appears to be Kevin in his plastic mask. Between the woman in the dress and the person in the white sheet, it seems these may be victims of Kevin's control. We then see footage of what appears to be from inside of a shed at the back of the 3-story house. But before we do, we get this horrifying still. I assume this is one of the members of the project. Like, you know, they dress in regalia and go on killings and all that. But this is like the worst mask ever. I hate it so much. On the wall of the shed, we can see the Polaroids of several victims, most of which refer to women in derogatory terms such as slut, and show them in various positions of torture and murder. Notably, there's a Polaroid of the dead raccoon that is labeled Cat 1 to 6. If you'll remember, that's the same name
Yeah. How's work? Damn, I'm sorry. So you're doing a fucking Nazgul fucking deck, essentially? Yeah. It's bullshit. It's an easy deck. Did you get a Citadel? Did you get a bowl of Citadel there? You still... What game changers you got in there then? I didn't know One Ring was a game changer. Oh my goodness. I don't know what to do. I want to try to farm this boss, but it's going way too slow. And he ain't dropping really shit. No. What do you mean? No, it's my fan. It's hot as shit. I don't got AC anymore. Fuck, what do I want to do? I guess I can just continue main mission, but I really didn't want to. I know. How you doing, Seth? If you guys wouldn't mind, also cutting y'all's deck before we start. Oh, what do I want to do? Oh fuck, actually I'll go back to town. I'll use a What happened to your avatar decks? Uh, Jesus. So anytime Seth plays a spell, he's just gonna be hitting us all with it. Never seen that before. Alright, I'm gonna draw my opener. I'm Wally. I'm Mulligan. God damn, dude. What? Alright, well, y'all want to restart the game? Because I just went down to fucking 3 and couldn't get anything other than a one-hand land hand. Who's? How do you? Oh yeah, you can down there. Yeah, that's not supposed to be right there. No, that's supposed to. My shit's gotten all fucking mixed up. Hold on. For some reason, this is supposed to be capturing spell table, but it's not. There it goes. Fixed now? Yeah, it's fixed now. Fuck it, yeah, I guess I'll go this. I just need one more land. Am I? That's the first time you've ever given me first. That's crazy. Alright, I'll start. Maybe. Well, let's go Mountain and Pass. Oh, dude, I love Swamp Ass, bro. Untap upkeep draw. Oh, hell yeah. I play Plains, tap 2, and go into Talisman of Creativity. Pass. That would be interesting to see a Borderlands set. Pe- Land pass, my turn. Untap upkeep draw. I'll go Radiant Summit. Comes in untapped if I control 2 or more lands. I'll tap 4. And go Smothering Tithe and pass. Alright. It's 2. That's funny. Off of Smothering Tithe. Alright. Yeah. Let's just keep our hands. Let's just throw everything in our hand. Fucking put back whatever you drew. What a piece of shit. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I am too. Alright, this is gonna be fun. Fuck, we'll use one more. You know, I'm actually surprised we haven't run into people with the fucking with some weird Ahigo fucking playmat yet. Yeah. I'm just saying, I'm just surprised we haven't fucking run into one of those yet. Especially with how many go to fucking LGSs. God, that's just weird. Yeah. Play with those at your home. I guess I'll keep this.
No, I like being honest though. You know, I like Rule Zero. We can talk about it. You know, I can't go to an LGS because it's 4 hours away.
You really don't have one closer?
And then they opened up a small one here that actually gets pretty busy with people playing. Some people understand the vibe and some don't. Like you'll get some people where it's 2-5 the game's over every single game.
I hate that shit.
Yeah, and that's like horrible. And then there's some people that are like, yeah, you know, I bought a pre-con and maybe added in 10, 15 cards.
Yeah, yeah. My favorite.
Man, you should see my pre-con that I've changed. My pre-con is fucking crazy. I took the 13th Doctor and turned it into a Storm deck, so it's a Storm pre-con.
That'll do. I'm in the middle of building Captain America and Dr. Eggman.
He's also got Captain America.
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
I got Captain America.
Yeah, I gotta buy a bunch of the stuff for whatever. But I mostly want Eggman, and everyone's like, oh, are you just gonna drop a bunch of robots? No, I'm here to make you make so many villainous choices and then maniacally laugh throughout the game.
Alright. I'll draw.
As we're talking, you know, chat.
I'll play planes and pass.
What is he playing?
He's playing on Mox Field, but he's also streaming. He's the one streaming, that's why I put it like that. I just like showing my face because I'm a sarcastic bastard. Not that.
He also looks like Tim Pool from like 10 years ago.
You could play on Mox Field. Is that one where you could like make a base deck and then just play with that deck without screwing with anything?
It's where you build a deck, right? And it gives you like price variance and stuff. It lets you check what kind of how much shit is, and then you can play it by testing that built deck.
Oh, that'd be cool to try sometime. Because easy way to test a deck without having to put all the money into buying it, right?
Exactly. I like having physical cards though, so I don't know. But like,
I mean, most of my decks I have physically. I just can't test them with, because I don't have a camera and I don't have a setup.
It's your camera set, by the way. Oh, yours is both?
Yeah, it's been yours.
Okay.
Oh, crash.
It's been yours for a second. You're good enough. We've been chatting. You and the camera ring have a match. People think this funny, guys.
Hey, Neo, you need to put your commander in.
It is good old Titus.
Not Titus. I'm gonna put down. Oh.
Also, I'm testing out the new Kratos and Atreus coming out.
Oh, so you're testing. Oh, that's not even out yet. I didn't know you could do that already. That's cool.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of building Aloy right now and an ally tribal deck. Because tribal's kind of my thing. I love tribal. I don't know what it is about it. It just gets my rocks off.
Ooh.
And then, sorry, was it my turn?
It is, absolutely. Go for it.
I should have missed.
No, don't do it.
You should.
Draw for turn. I'm just gonna play an exotic orchard and pass the turn. Play some fair magic orchard.
Untap, upkeep, draw. Damn it. Where was that a few turns ago? Play an island and pass.
I shall untap, upkeep, draw. I'm going island. And then tap nothing and pass. You are go.
Tap nothing. So I'll draw for turn.
I love saying taps nothing. It makes people go, wait, huh?
Yeah. I'm gonna play a Sungrass Prairie, and I'm gonna tap 2 to then play Farseek. So switching out from Plain to Island, Swamp, or Mountain. I'm just gonna search for an island, and then I'll pass turn.
That's fair. I gotta say, that's my least favorite Farseek.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
Work on it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's just some dude just going like, what?
We'll tap 4. We'll go or 3, and we'll go Atreus and pass.
Oh, you're going Atreus first this time. Interesting.
That's all I can do.
Is it an island?
And I'm gonna pass
On. Begin battlefield.
feel that though because I got something I'm playing next turn that's familiar.
I'm gonna play this Nazgul and come in. You will tempt me, getting that you will getting +1/+1 count. And then getting a 2/3 with Death Touch. You're going, Neil.
It's also your ring bearer.
It is.
I don't know how
Let me go find my ring token.
Just look it up.
because I do control an island. Which has 2 green and a white to place Linda, Yvonne Eklund, and then also 2 with 1 being green to play Azalit Shadows. So if one or more moment counters, you put an artifact or creature, put that many +1.
Is that on that you control specifically? Doing it.
Yeah, that I control. And after that, Michelle Passer.
Also a +1 count. Deck, like there. Just because Nazguls do Nazgul things. You go, Blunt.
Alright, untap upkeep, draw. Okay.
I feel like I'm his dad, I gotta just fucking let him know when it's oh, it's nice.
Go mountain. Tap 4. Go smothering tithe. And pass.
I see what you mean by it's familiar.
Oh, okay. Creating Moxfield account at the same time.
No, you're good.
I'm gonna play this very sad tempo. And this is a really, really sad spell. I'm gonna start a very sad Deathless Lord. How many cards you guys have in hand the most?
I got 6. Also, did you pay the 2?
No, I didn't pay the 2. You couldn't have paid. Okay, so I paid 7. Anybody have 7 cards?
No, I have 6.
Okay, I'll have 6 red. And I'm gonna use the 6 red. Pay 3. Cast count on luck. And I'm gonna use the other 2 loading. I'm gonna foretell a card. I'm gonna use the last one. I'm gonna cast Basket. And since I cast my second spell, Bone will trigger. I will goad Nazgul.
That's a mistake.
I'm goading him. I'm done.
Alright. So, untap, upkeep, draw. I'm gonna put down an island. A link for turn. Then I'm gonna tap 4. I'm gonna cast Lever Impersonator. It's gonna come in as a copy of any permanent on the field. Let's see what England's got. Is that resolve? What does Bond do?
Oh, you didn't pay your 2.
No, regulate. Well, his for 2. Interesting. Okay. And then you've got your token W, right? Or the +1/+1 W?
Yeah, it's not W, just a +1.
I'm gonna copy Shalinda.
That's 2/2 vigilance. Whenever another creature I control enters, put a 1/1 counter on it. If its power is less than Shalinda's, otherwise put a counter on Shalinda.
Cool. Cool. Then since my Nazgul is goaded,
What is he?
it's a 2/3 Death Touch.
Oh. I was gonna say I would block it, but
Gonna Blunt, since you're gonna cast your commander next turn.
I wasn't, but ow.
Oh, you weren't? Okay, then Neo. No, because I still Neo's dude. I'm gonna hit Blunt, for 2, and then game. Nothing? You can't do nothing? Okay.
Pay the 2.
Not gonna pay the 2. Unfortunately, I play a Tool of Mastery. I get to scry 1. We're gonna keep that on top. And then I'm just going to tap 4 for a Rampant Rejuvenator. So it would regulate enter with 2 counters, but it's going to enter with a 3rd because of the Ozolith. So it's a 3/3. When it dies, search my library for X basic land cards, where X is this creature's power, and put them on the battlefield. Then shuffle your way. Good. So he'll enter with 3. That's going to trigger Shalinda. Since the creature is stronger, it will put 2 1/1 counters on Shalinda as well. I just realized I forgot my dice in my magic bag. Essentially, Shalinda is now a 4/4 because of the Shattered Spire, and the Rampant Rejuvenator is 3/3.
Alright.
And after that, I shall
Untap OQ draw. Play island. I'll pay all 3 of these.
using all the unlands too.
And we'll go. Yeah, they're just the defaults. We'll go Kratos, God of War. Double strike, all creatures have haste. At the beginning of each player's end step, Kratos deals damage to that player equal to the number of creatures that player controls that didn't attack this turn.
You're playing the other Kratos in the deck, okay.
Wait, oh, sorry, I thought you played the... I was reading your commander, and I was like, that's not what the commander does.
Then I play my Kratos, Stoic Father.
Kratos, God of War, unfortunately. Double strike, all creatures have haste. At the beginning of each phase, unset Kratos deals damage equal to the player that didn't attack this turn.
Yeah, for some reason, it's not allowing me to just, like, click the cards to search them.
Yeah, it doesn't
We're going to swing 4/4 double strike down at Neo.
4/4 double strike?
Oh, sorry. Not 4/4 double strike. We're gonna swing. I thought that was strong. Actually, we'll swing. Sorry. What do you have over there, Rosso? 3/3.
He's got Bone.
2/3.
The Gwelling Balladeer.
Alright, let's see what we'll do here. What do you have down there? What's that copy?
I have a 2/2. It's copying Shalinda.
2/2 lifelink.
Okay. Let's see. We'll go. We'll go Kratos, God of War, down to Al for 2/3 double strike. And we'll go Kratos, Stoic Father, over to Rosso for a 4/4 commander. I gain an experience counter. And I move to main phase 2. And I will move to instep and put a +1/+1 counter on Kratos, God of War. And I'll take 1 damage.
How does Kratos, the other Kratos, have double strike?
It doesn't. The only one that has straight double strike is God of War.
Oh, okay. That's what I was thinking. Okay, gotcha.
So you had a 2/3 double strike coming at you.
Yeah, I took it.
Alright.
No block. Do you get another experience counter for that, or no?
No, it's just 1 or more. So it's only ever 1 per attack.
Gotcha. So go, Rusty.
Though I can get multiple whenever gods die, but a lot of the gods are indestructible.
Alt tab. Red. I'm gonna cast this for 4th health. Cast this Urograph. Heretic Raider. It says, A, at the beginning of my upkeep, exile the top part of my library. You may play this card this turn. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, next time they will draw a card this turn. Then they exile the top part of their deck and they may play this. And that was the card you had face down already?
Yeah. can hover over his commander though up here at the top, right underneath his name.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I just need to make sure it's the same one. Oh, you can't cast it on the first, second, or third turn.
So dumb, I love it.
Does damage equal to his power to any target. I like it, especially when you have something called that Basilisk Collar that's sitting right there.
Okay, I will go to end step, and Spider-Man, since I cast something from the exile, I will take 2 damage and... Something to you, Black.
Alright, end step you take 3 damage.
Okay. What did he take 3 damage from?
He didn't attack with any of his creatures.
Oh, yeah, all of his creatures didn't attack.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll during your turn, instead of drawing for a turn, you exile top card of your deck with haste. Okay.
Wait, so why do we do that?
The Orbask. It's a fucking bitch card.
Orbrask? Oh, yeah. Performance of Eve. They would draw a card this turn. Oh, okay. Part of the library, and then we play it. Okay.
I mean, I would, but
I'm gonna bring out Mystic Sanctuary. Brad, did it haste it? No, it's from my graveyard. Yeah, it sucks. I'm gonna tap 5, unfortunately, and I'm gonna cast my commander. Wraiths I control have protection from ring bearers. Whenever I cast an instant or sorcery, I create a 3/3 with menace. From there, I have a goaded Nazgul. Neo, you are untouched, so a 2/3 death touch is coming at you.
2/3 death touch. There's nothing else I can do other than take 2.
it also can't be blocked by power for greater than it.
Yeah.
But you also have the Shalenda copy that has to attack? Or, sorry, you just take damage if it doesn't because it
Yeah.
moves.
You reminded me of the trigger whenever the thing enters, by the way.
So how
He has more, it gets a 3, no, the impersonator gets a 3, right? Because
it's 1/1, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's stronger than Shalenda, Shalenda gets it. If it's not, the creature gets it.
Gotcha, okay. It is 2, yeah, 2. It's 2. And then I'm gonna go to my end step, take 2, and then pass.
So even creatures that enter, we take the damage for it?
Yeah, all creatures have haste.
Equal number of creatures the players controls that didn't attack.
Wait, hold on, my commander has haste.
Everything has haste.
Everything has haste. Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm so
Yeah, Kratos.
Nah, you already ended.
So much fun when this card comes out.
Okay, alright, fine. Alright.
Go for it. Alright. Go for it then.
Don't even. I never did anything I haste now. Come on.
I said it. Oh yeah, no one's been paying their fucking shit, so their taxes.
No.
Yeah, alright, anything
Well,
else?
that's a many, so keep that in mind. Mister, you wanna be a traitor for us?
No longer draw.
Hey, I'll let y'all decide if y'all fucking put it, if y'all to pay it or not. I ain't gonna mind y'all.
He didn't draw on his turn though, did he?
Oh yeah, no, he did. Yeah. So
He's exiled because of
yeah, the only one that did was Rosso.
Yeah. Sorry, Al, are you done with your turn?
I was gonna swing for commander at you, but no, it's your turn.
Okay. Exile the top card.
He'd probably block it with a 4.
It's flying.
Mm. Yeah. What artwork is that?
Artwork from...
Let me see. Man, we exile the top, don't we? That sucks. I hate Urbrask.
So 3/3 vigilant. At the end of combat on my turn, put a 1/1 counter on him and tap target creature opponent controls. Then I can have him become a copy, except he is still Kimahari and has vigilance and this ability. So I can become a copy of anything.
Right, nice.
Stop card in the commander deck, folks. It is ridiculous. There are a lot of things on the field that are
if you copied the Kratos, you'd be making us all double fucking damage on the instep.
I know. Well, not that aggro. I'm not that aggro. I'm gonna attack you, and I'm gonna play. Or sorry, Kimahari is gonna trigger Shalinda. It has less power, so it will get a 1/1 counter, but it will get 2 because the Oscillus Shattered Spire. 2 mana Dust Shell Crawler, so it's gonna have an ETB on Shalinda. I'm gonna put the Dust Shell at the bottom. So when it enters, I put a 1/1 counter on up to on one creature. I'm gonna put it on a Rampant Rejuvenator, which will give it 2.
It's cool they finally brought back anti-gravity.
Oh. Then the Shalenda will trigger. This is less, so it will get 2 1/1 counters. One from Shalenda, one from the Oscillus Shattered Spire. Alright, then I am going to go to combat, and Kimahari is actually going to become... Copy. Nothing here isn't really good for this. I'm going to have it become a copy of Kratos' Stoic Father. So it still maintains at, or sorry, I get the power, and it's now his commander, the red, white, 1. When I attack with more gods, or whenever god dies, I get an experience counter. Go to my end step, put a number of 1/1 counters on it equal to X. And then I am actually going to swing lunge at you with the Kimahari since you gave me vigilance. So it is
How'd I?
First, so it's a 6/6.
How'd I give it vigilance?
I already have vigilance.
You said since you gave it vigilance.
Sorry, since you gave it haste, I apologize.
Is it 6/6?
It is a 6/6.
Alright.
That comes out for them. And then that'll be it for my turn. And I'm gonna take 3 damage.
You take, yeah. Untap, upkeep, draw. Play planes.
Oh, you can throw out your deck.
Oh yeah, it's a planes. I'm gonna play it. Oh wait, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's this chromatic lantern. Sorry. Play planes. We'll go 3, and we'll play the chromatic lantern. And we'll go 4. And we'll play Oketra. True. We'll swing Oketra, the True, down at Neo for a 3/6 indestructible double strike.
Block for 2 other creatures. Cool. I am going to choose to block it with my 5/5 Rampant Rejuvenator.
Alright, your Rampant Rejuvenator will die.
Yep, so it will die, and that will allow me to search my library for 4 basic lands, and they enter untapped. Or 5, sorry.
Yeah.
Alright.
I say, like chunky, yeah? You gotta have at least that extra.
We'll move to Instep and we'll put 2 counters on Kratos. Actually, this Kratos instead. And I'll take 3.
My basic, it's 2 plains, 2 forest, and
Your turn, Russell.
you can have the. Sorry, man, you're super quiet. I didn't hear what you just said. I got a land because of bottom luck, and I need a land. I'm gonna make it.
Alright.
Which land is it? It's a Bloodstained Mire. Bloodstained Mire, okay. I just hadn't seen that art before. That's cool. Oh. And I will tap 2. I will foretell this spell.
O'Reilly's.
How it works. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna cast this. This is the Leaf Festival. Exile top X card of your deck. The X is 4. I can play it until the end of my next turn. Use the X is 2. X is 2, sorry. X is 2. X is 2, okay. So it's a land and a switch boots. I will. I think I will cast it here. Yep. Oh. Yep.
Keep exile?
Yep.
Now, I can cast it anytime or only during my turn?
You can cast that this turn.
I guess I'm going to. I'm gonna tap. Okay.
And I'll take this now because of freedom.
What do I take to?
No, he said he will.
I haven't gotten the mindset.
No. I didn't attack with my creature, so I take 3 because of freedom. He's saying he took 3, not you.
Oh, me, if you red bastard, what did I do?
No, I said 2 there.
You're good. I'm gonna tap 2. I'm gonna cast Sky Diamond, artifact.
Which does. It's a mana dork.
It's a mana dork. It's a mana dork artifact.
grass grade's bigger, a bigger easier.
Overgrass not tapped. I can't get rid of it. I wanted to, trust me. Right. And then I'm going to tap these three with exotic orchard being blue. One of you can generate blue, right? Yes. Okay. I am going to play Titus. Yuna's Guardian. So he enters. That will trigger Shalenda. He is less power than Shalenda's 6, so he will get the 2 counters. So I am going to go to combat, and that's going to trigger Titus. I'm going to remove the Saga counter off of Summon Yojimbo onto Titus. So Summon Yojimbo now has 0 Saga counters on him. Kimahari is going to actually become a copy of Spider-Man 2099. Ooh. Right there. And sorry, I'll draw 2 off Titus with counters. For here. Alright. Now the combat.
Don't draw, you exile the 2 cards.
I thought it was, it's any card outside of the first one? Okay.
The next time you draw.
Yuna's grandson. So they're exiled. Either way, still in combat, because I couldn't transform into Spider-Man until we were there. I am going to swing Summon Yojimbo, Kimahari, and Shalenda at Rasa. So it is a 5/5, 5/5, and a 6/6. 2 of them have vigilance. Shalenda does not, just has untouch, but they all have trample.
They all have
everything with sorry, Yojimbo does not. Apologies. It's only creatures of 1 counters. So the 5/5 Kimahari and the 6/6 Shalenda have trample.
Which one has deadness?
None have lifelink.
Oh no, none have deadness. I'll block everything. Cool. How many? Which one has trample? Is it Yojimbo?
Yojimbo's the only one without trample. The other 2 do.
Oh, okay. I'll block 1 hit with Spider-Man and Bot.
Cool. Spider-Man is a 2/3. Or sorry, I apologize. I forgot. Spider-Man is 2/3. So Kimahari is only a 4/5. Not
so I'll take 1. And I'll take. How big is the other thing? The tap one?
The tap one, 6/6.
6 also.
And then I will gain 6 life because of lifelink. Now I'm going to go to my end step, which is going to trigger Kimahari because he is Spider-Man. So because I cast Terra Symbiosis, sorry, I'll go to main phase 2 first and just play the Ash card. But then yes, on my end step, that's going to trigger so he can deal damage equal to his power to any target. So he is currently a 4/4, and I'm actually going to go after the Kratos God of War to do 4 damage to him.
Alright, it's a 5/6, you see.
Oh, it's a 5/6? I thought it was a 3/3.
No.
No, and
the other Kratos is 4/4.
Yeah.
What gives it the power boost?
The counters that are on him?
Oh, sorry, I can't see counters, that's why. Cool, then yeah, I'll kill the Kratos father. I thought that was a 3/3 still. So it's 4 damage to the command. And then after that, I shall just pass turn, but Titus will proliferate because I does combat damage with the creature encounters. 6, 2, 3.
Untap, upkeep, draw. How many cards did you? No, never mind. You got rid of my tie.
Sorry, what?
Nothing.
No one drew anyways.
Yeah. This is exile. God of the Sun.
No, that's gone now. Regress is gone.
Oh, okay. Either way, I'm playing it. Other creatures I control have vigilance. Actually, we'll tap 3.
Heliod, right?
And we'll tap, yeah, and I'll tap Atreus, and we'll draw 2 cards and discard a card. I haven't played land for turns, so we'll play land. I'll call turn.
So did you say blasphemous act?
Yep.
Well, that's fine.
In response, I've been waiting for some dumbass fucking board wipe. I'm going to tap 4, and then I'm going to re-roll, aka rewind, to counter that spell.
Damn, I actually feel we could have used that blast act to take care of the dude that's full of 1/1 counters.
That board is. Oh wait. Give me a sec. What's rewind do?
Counter target spell, untap up to 4.
I'm gonna tap 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna float a blue and a red. I'm gonna deflect what to reroll to target the reroll.
There's no legal target for you to deflecting swat it to.
No, he can deflect. He can deflecting swat. Yeah, he can.
I'm gonna deflect it to the reroll itself. It can.
You can make a counter itself?
Yep.
No. So the counter can be played. It will target the deflecting swat.
Yep.
And then
And
that's a legal target.
deflecting swat will target the counter's target and move it to itself.
Exactly.
Since it's already on stack and everything.
Yeah.
Try it. One of my
Without blasphemous attack and resolves, right?
Yeah.
That's my resolve.
I ain't got shit.
I think that. Resolve. I will play a fast.
Yeah, he was kind of right. That blasphemous act was definitely.
In response to that, actually, hold on, I have one more response. I'm going to tap 3, and I'm just going to Mithril Coat onto Nazgul, making it indestructible.
It has flash?
Yeah.
It has flash.
Damn.
Mithril Coat has flash.
That's why it's an expensive card.
I knew there was a reason why I did that.
I'm gonna tap 4. Cast one more spell. This reroll. The first strike haste, whenever I cast a spell anywhere from my hand, you would deal damage to target equal to spell mana ability equal. And I don't have haste yet. Spell. And
So what's the name of the card? The mini searcher.
Keeper of the Secrets.
The Keeper of the Reaper.
And I'm gonna tap this.
But when I cast that counter spell, what does it do if I kill the dude? Damn.
Yeah.
Untap. Upkeep. Draw.
I wanna be the Keeper of the Reaper.
I'm gonna put down an island, I guess. And then I'm gonna tap 4 to play.
Just as a heads up there, Al, when you hold your hand like that, we can see your whole hand.
That is completely fine. I've been told this so many times. I've grown
that sucks.
Well,
I missed this throw. There you go.
that's not a shapeshifter. After that, I'm going to swing my 4/3 in the air at you, Neo, to restore pretty full health.
What damage it is?
Yes, man. I will
You did say 4/3, right?
4/3, correct. In the air.
Oh shit. Yeah.
This mirror will be the 2/2.
I'm then going to tap 5 to rebring out Titus. Or no, I'll wait on that actually. So I'm gonna do 3 to bring out Trommel first. And then bring out Titus. So each of the non-token creature I control enters with an additional 1/1 counter, so they will enter with a counter. And then 1 tapping proliferate X, where X is the number of non-token creatures that entered. So Titus went into a 2, and I get to draw 2. I'm gonna play a Tangled Islet as my land for turn. And I'm 1 mana short. I wish that land was an untapped land instead of a tapped land. That's unfortunate. Okay. After that, I go to combat and it's going to trigger Titus. I'm moving 1/1 counter off of him to move it over to Trommel, giving him 2 counters, and then I will pass turn after that.
Untap, OQ, draw. I'll play an island.
You know what? The shapeshifter is going to be a Necron. It is actually a 2/2. Uh-oh.
We'll tap for 5, and we'll go God Eternal, Oketra. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll tap 4. And we'll go Leyline Axe. And we'll swing 3/6 Indestructible Vigilance down at Neo.
3/6 Indestructible Vigilance. That's it?
Yep. Double strike.
See, there's what was missing. So is it all creatures at double strike, or just the one you attacked with?
Just the one I attack with.
I will take the 6. I was gonna say, without that double strike, I would have blocked. Would have lost a creature.
So that we turf.
See, that's fine. Oh.
Got group chats that were just people saying happy birthday should fucking die in a hole.
Agreed.
There's like 60 people in this group chat, and I can just hear my work PC going off.
So last.
Dude, work group chat shouldn't be a thing. They're so fucking creepy.
Sorry, what creepy?
Work group chats.
Working group chat.
Well, I mean, I'm working from home, so it's Teams going off.
I worked at a place recently, like last year, earlier this year. They had a work group chat, and it was so fucking weird.
Yeah, these ones are fine. No one here is weird.
Unless it's you're the weird one.
I'm just quiet. I don't talk unless I need to talk.
Nose to the grindstone, happy birthday. Hell yeah.
I mean, I can't say that when I'm sitting here playing spell tape.
I'm gonna cast Dissimulate Blast Fireball from that class. It will deal 5 damage to each creature in item control and each player.
That's a bitch move. Actually, that don't affect me at all, so that's cool.
Yeah, it doesn't affect you.
You take 5.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you did
which
take 5.
I really didn't need.
5 and you will, I just think that it's just gonna blow up Tidus and
Yeah, it's gonna blow up all my creatures.
Yep,
And also, you saved my 1/2.
Yep, and
damn, it's 3 turns in a row I've been wiped.
I think that's 2 turns. Alright, we only played the blast act. about getting all this fucking mana?
Well, I got 5 basic lands for free from the thing. I
Oh
need to
yeah.
kill.
Oh yeah, we need to kill.
Yeah. So Sunscorch Regent, 4/3 flying. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, put a roman counter on this creature, and I gain life.
Oh.
And I will then pass the turn. Just gonna do the same as Owl. 1 card in my hand and a dream.
Untap upkeep draw. Go Kratos. 6. This will become a creature.
2 counters and a life.
Uh,
And that will actually allow me to draw 2 cards from Tear Symbiosis.
Whenever I cast a creature, I create a 4/4 zombie.
It's becoming zombie tribal.
Tap 1. I'll tap 3. And
Hey, Blunt.
yeah, I'll throw
You
that in
made an
there.
experience counter whenever I got borderlands.
Oh yeah, I would have made 1, 2,
I think
3.
it'd be 1.
No, it would have
No,
been.
I think it'd just be 1 because it's not per creature. It's 1 or more, meaning that it's just 1.
No, it's whenever a god dies. It's the
Yeah,
that's separate. That's separate.
I killed it off.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Didn't I? So he wouldn't have gotten any counters.
Oh, man. Yeah, I
Either.
did. My brain went to mine, dude, since I have Maskwood Nexus, are also gods. That's why my brain.
I'm gonna swing 6, 7, vigilance, indestructible, double strike, trample down at Neo.
6, 7, double strike, indestructible trample. So I gotta take 12 essentially.
And still a declared attacker, so hold on. And
Don't worry. But wait, there's more.
we'll swing 3, 6, double strike, indestructible, vigilance over at Rosso.
I'll block with multiple. So this
And
entire round I got attacked every turn.
you've been the biggest threat.
But you were at 40. To
And
be fair.
we'll swing. It's just double strike vigilance.
Defense of the clouds. Oh, it's got a dog. No.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be it. And then,
So essentially I have, you said it was 6 double strike coming at me?
yeah. Trample. Indestructible.
Take the turn then.
And Rosso had 3, 6, double strike, vigilance, indestructible.
I'll block with monkey.
Alright.
Monkey!
The one that got double strike on me, that was because of the axe, right?
Move to instep. We'll put 3 counters on this.
That's because of 3 experience counters, right?
That'll be turn.
Oh, damn, I went from 40 life to 8 in 1 round. I felt some pain, bro.
Yeah, how do you think I felt earlier in the game being down to 20 while everyone was still at 40?
Were you laminating too?
Well, you have to if you want to get that, like, nice matte finish.
I'm gonna cast Mana Geyser.
The doll
Oh, you
facility?
can keep playing those spells that you exiled last turn? I thought you were gonna declare them for that turn. Oh, unseal the
8. What the fuck? Every time.
And this will trigger. I will take 5 damage to Owl.
I hadn't done shit this whole game.
And I will use 3.
No, I said you didn't.
I'm gonna cast this Cavern Brawler. I will take 3 damage to Blunt. Wait, god damn it. I'm gonna use 1 red and 1 blue for my land. I'm gonna cast Spider-Man. Oh, I need to wait 2 more because my other side. Forgot about that. We'll take 2 damage to Owl. I will use 2 red. I'm gonna cast Blazing Crescendo targeting Spider-Man. It gains 3 plus 3 plus 1 until the end of the turn. And I can exile, so by that I can say that that card until the end of my turn.
Cast 2 counters of life.
Yep. And this is for my hand, so this will trigger. And I will pay 1 red. I will cast this Hero's Hangout for 1. And this will trigger. I will take I'll for 1. I can exile top 2 cards. I can exile top 2 cards of my library, and I can play one of those cards with Cloud of Dominance and effect equal. My spell table suddenly crashed.
Damn.
I'm gonna play.
Damn, that thing's strong against big targets.
Sorry, what'd you say?
It's talking. Said that thing's strong against big targets. The sniper I got.
I will use 1 red from the floating and 1 blue from the training. I'm gonna cast Snapcaster Mage Hand. I'm gonna make 1 instant or sorcery on my graveyard gains flashback. I'm gonna yes, plus real estate. 1. I'm gonna make flashback. I'm gonna pay 2 red. 1, 2, 3. And this will trigger. I will take 3 damage at Owl. I will exile the top 3. Oh, who has the most hand cards?
I have 5.
I think I got 3.
Owl? Blunt?
I have 2.
Okay. Exile top 3 cards. 1, 2, oh, more land. This exile. I will cast. I will pay 2. 1.
Yes, how'd your life get back up?
Sunspurge region. Every time an opponent casts a spell, I get counter and gain a life.
Oh.
I cast like 7 spells this turn.
Love that.
And I paid 2 from the floating to equip Battle Spider-Man. And pay. I will pay.
Yeah, that double sure fucking hurts.
Then I will cast from hand. I'm gonna use 6 of the mana. I'm gonna cast from hand. I'm gonna cast Tali Marvelous Sword. It's a fairy Tali.
There is no
Fairy
fairy
Tally.
Yeah.
That's the one that lets you take the top card of all of our libraries. You can play it without paying its mana cost.
Yep, but if it's a land, it's just a land. Then you don't exile until you get the non-land. So just it's very fair.
The land.
I'm gonna use the 2, the last 2. Lightning 3 from my hand. Gonna equip it with Tali for 0. Gonna use 1 red mana. Cloud of Dominance. Equip it with Spider.
Thank you.
Last thing, I'm gonna tap 3. I'm gonna cast this Raven Orb. I'm gonna exile your Dragon Orb.
Yeah, that's the fix. Because if you gotta do something about it, or else you're dead playing solitaire.
Yep.
I was like, I've been typing for 9 minutes.
I will ping 3 damage because of keepers. I will ping 3 damage to you. Life. And I'll move to combat. I will swing at Kali and Dark Neos because that's haste. And I will swing. How big is Titus? 3. Okay. I will swing. What is this doesn't have haste. Attack. This has haste. Titus has 2-3. Okay. I will attack Layla also at you. And attack Spider-Man. You don't have any depth on right? Owl?
No.
I will attack Spider-Man at you. Layla will attack on triggers on attack. I will exile top card of my deck. I can play it this turn. It's a high on the ceilings, but I'm not gonna do that.
And then
Because I don't have any more mana. And
I'll block it over.
doesn't
Hang on before you block it. Tally triggers
Oh,
before you
actually
attack your
triggers.
block.
Everyone exile the top card of their deck. Just one.
Planes.
I have Spider-Man. I can cast that this turn. Keep it exile.
Sorry, what was your top card?
It's a plane. So keep it exile. I can't play the plane. What is your card? That news?
Fight Rigger. Enchantment, Hideaway 5, either common and neutral. Remove 1 more counter on target creature you control. Then if you control a creature with power 7 or greater, you can play the exile card without paying its mana cost.
Okay. So go to end step, Spider-Man will trigger. Since it has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 power, I will pick.
Look, y'all got Al over there masturbating.
I will pick Block.
Oh, never mind. He's cutting himself. You got fucking Al over there cutting himself. In arena, he'd already be fucking done. Yeah.
I pick 7, 7, your pick. To use face? To blunt.
Why?
Okay. 7, 7, light. For best.
So if you do damage outside of combat, it doesn't count.
No, it does.
Oh,
Vesco's collar is any damage.
Yep.
Life, lifelink and death touch are both damage, not combat damage.
I'll pass first. Go ahead, Al.
Upkeep, draw. There's 13 creatures in the field, right?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Alright, so I'm gonna put Minas Morgul Dark Portion lands per turn. Then since there are 13,
Yeah.
12 counting yours.
Oh, 12 counting mine? Awesome. Then I'm gonna tap 4, and I'm going to tap this to create a shapeshifter. Then I'm gonna just tap a single black to blasphemous edict.
Nice.
Nice.
Is that the
Everyone sacrifices. Thanks for wiping my board.
Dude, I had to do something about his board, man. I'm sorry, bro.
This is dead. Dead.
That is the first time I've made it.
This goes third from my top.
That's good on like the sacrifice too. Like that's fantastic.
Yeah. Gets rid of my indestructible.
Hey, it'll be goes for indestructible.
Yeah.
But it's only creatures.
That's fine. It's fine. Blasphemous act is only creatures. Bad. Pardon me. What the card did I cut? Fight rigging.
Mine was sleight of hand.
Doing anything else after that, Alex?
No, I'm leaving myself wide open because I do nothing. I just trying to help.
Yeah. You left me wide open before life.
Well, I'm also open, but I was trying to piss Rosso off, so.
Oh, I might. 4 for Luminous Broodmoth. 3 for flying. Whenever a creature I control with flying dies.
Damn.
Oh, you needed that earlier.
Yep. I'm gonna play a Temple of Plenty, which lets me scry 1. I'm gonna tap 2 with 1 being there's sending. So the end step, I can exile target creature card from the graveyard. If I do, create a 1/1 white token flying. Put a 1/1 counter on it. The exile card's mana value. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope. Able to play Titus. Step. Heliod God of the Sun.
I think it's only 4.
Only 4? That's fine. All I needed 3 is 4. So I'm gonna Summoner Sending. With 4 1/1 counters. 5? Or sorry, I apologize. So put a 1/1 counter on it. Hit 2, and I get to draw 2 cards off of Terrace of Theosis. But it is your turn.
On. Son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Alright, untap upkeep draw. That's cool. I'm basically out of this game. One, two, go Arcane Signet.
How many fucking borderlands happened this game? Something 4?
Yeah, 3.
Oh, blood.
Think that's right. Just fucking crazy.
Alright, we're gonna go Kratos for 8. And instep, he'll gain 3 counters. His turn.
I will play the land. This will exile. Alt tap. 1. A weapon. When this artifact enters, I can exile the top 2 cards from my library. I can place those cards until the end of the next Shadow of the Goblin. Freon Resonator. And I'm gonna pay.
That was a problem.
5, 6.
That did not sound like what he said.
Spider-Man. I will pay. I'll pay 2 to equip the Basilisk and I'll pay 0 to equip Spider-Man with item 3. I will pay. I'll pay 2 with the interdimensional robot. I'm gonna cast this Sonic Resonator. I'm gonna proceed with combat. Al, you don't have any creatures, right?
No.
I'm gonna swing double strike, vigilance, and the two damage. Double strike. In total, I'm gonna gain 4 life. And go to. Oh, sorry. I will ping 3 damage to. I'll for 3 damage.
That's racist, you bitch. Because you against my race.
I will end the turn and this turn is
Until. Wow, what a great card. I'm gonna tag. I'm gonna tap 7. That's my. No, it's 7. I'm trying to math. I want to put the mental coat to it. Be able to.
I hate that shit.
It literally went off. So instead, I guess I'm just gonna tap 4, tap Master Nexus. Oh shit. Make a shift to tap 3, equip the coat to it, because why not? And then I will.
Are you gonna be able to do anything about all his shit over there?
I'm gonna try. I can't do a whole lot, but I'll do the best I can.
You won't be able to counter your stuff. Keep that in mind.
We need some damage on him.
And I delicately try. Well, both my things are flying. Regardless, because I don't think.
It does
no,
not.
currently, no.
5 to play an actual tide. 3.
Nice.
2 death without hunter.
Warden of the Grove. In my instant, woman counter
Untap upkeep draw.
I'm gonna kick Al's ass later. Dude, that's what's gonna happen. I was gonna smack me for this shit. Oh man, I will not play one. It'll be great. It'll be great. Your laughing got me. It wasn't even no joke. It was just so tiring.
Tab 3, I'm gonna go Leyline Axe, Whip. We'll do 5 and go Trace. We'll swing Kratos. Damn. Let's see.
Oh, I have 31. It's 31.
And I just need 1-1 on this fucker. We'll just tap 1. We'll go Colossus Hammer. And we'll call turn. Probably gonna die, but.
That's a fucking artifact and a half right there.
Not you can exile brawler.
Is that super state right there?
Yeah.
I exiled it.
Yeah.
Thanks,
So he gets to. No, he gets to cast it. And so he says he's casting it on him.
casting it right now.
No. It's still my upkeep.
It's exiled.
It's exiled.
Then why does he get the +1/+1s off it?
No, it's not brawler.
The brawler that's giving you the +1, yeah.
And what's that do?
Commanders at the beginning of your upkeep, exile a library. These two get
Uh.
that card mana value. You can play that card this.
She didn't get a cast, which is kind of
No. This is not a counter. This is just an indicator.
Yeah.
Cool. Well,
And power block.
I'm dead.
Will
He's won.
exile this, and I will draw. Okay. Flying elf.
No. Gotta get you flying somehow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna cast this super state.
In response, I'm gonna negate it.
Well, hold up first. Did you not put Shroud on your commander?
Oh yeah, so it's an invalid target. Yeah, it's an
Yeah,
invalid target.
you can't cast
So I
it.
can't cast this.
What's the wording on it? Is it
Shroud is
target creature?
Yeah, Shroud won't let him. Can't be.
No, I'm asking what super state says.
it's not a legal cast. Super state is
There's an enchantment or.
yeah, creature you control, so it's a legal cast.
Yeah, you gotta equip it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta equip. Ah, I see.
That's why, like, instead of lightning greaves, I definitely prefer the Swiftfoot boots to just give hex proof
Right.
instead of strength.
Yes. Right. Then I'm gonna this is 7. I'm gonna pay 2 and cast this book for a level up. I can install the top 2 cards of my library. I can play those cards after they are not my deck. One get Fetish and another will trigger. I will use so I have 5 left. I'm gonna pay 2 so I have 3 left. I'm gonna cast this Fetish. So Fetish says whenever a commander you control deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage automatically. And now I'm gonna attach lightning grip to Fetish. Can you respond?
Is it 1 mana or 0 mana for lightning greaves?
0.
0.
0? Yeah.
It is 399. So I have 3 left. I'm gonna use 4 of it. So I have 7. I'm gonna cast Super Stage. Can you respond?
This is when I cast it, which is negative.
Okay. Okay.
If
Well,
that
but it's
super state
guaranteed that that super state hits.
He has game already.
I think so, yeah, because if he does combat damage to one of us, he does that much damage with his commander to everybody.
How many cards do you have in hand?
That was the last one.
That was the last one? Okay. I will proceed with end step. Since I cast something from my exile, Spider-Man will trigger. Oh, sorry, I moved to combat first. +2 counters, and I'm not gonna attack. And Spider-Man will trigger. It will target, I will target blood. And in response, I will
Why?
tap to generate another. Tap to copy the trigger. I'm gonna
Yeah, I
use
should have
my
just scooped.
Sorry, who is it?
He's killing all of us right now.
Sorry?
Or is this killing me?
I killed Eos and left.
Yeah.
How you kill
So
Neos?
just for future, you could have attacked, done combat damage, and then
He has
Yeah.
killed all 3 of us. He's indestructible. He has blocker, so I can't. No, I can't risk it.
you don't have trample?
No, I don't have trample. I don't have trample.
Oh, you needed the super state.
4 plus 7 is 11, so I'll deal
Oh,
11
cool.
damage. I
Alright,
will
GG's.
pay 3.
I'm gonna go ahead and get.
And love you to him.
I'm gonna go ahead and get new lobbies started out. Are you playing again?
I have can't play this.
What's that? Upkeep.
Oh,
Draw.
this thing goes back to your deck. Right.
Yeah, that technically is exiled.
Exile target.
And then from there, I will speak of instant speech.
Ah, GG's.
I drew a land, by the way.
Yeah, so no cards in hand, and you have land, yeah, there's nothing you do.
All cards
I
in hand.
have the next card though is reanimate. God damn it.
Also, how did he even share a screen on spell table? I thought you had to share a camera. I didn't know you could share a
OBS.
screen.
OBS you can turn it into a camera.
Yeah.
Ah, so it's because he has OBS. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I have OBS, yes I do.
GG's, guys.
GG.
Change decks before the next game.
I will as well. I'm gonna go my muse.
Alright, guys, have a good one.
I use well.
You as well.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
I expect you to scoop.
Burn?
Thursday, you didn't expect
Burn?
him to scoop?
Who wants to burn? Anyway. He wants to burn.
That was annoying with the board wipes.
It
The
was
first
actually
one was
pretty
necessary.
It was just so much exile.
Yeah. It's just the deck that I built. This was when I first started, so my entire thought process when I built this deck was, let me destroy everything and then swing. And it's just.
I don't know, one deck I've been trying to build for a while and just getting the cards is annoying is the Heads I Win, Tails You Lose Secret Lair deck.
Ooh. Dude.
And I just want flip coins.
me?
I was gonna say, is that like frowned upon having a 30 double strike? Or is it like I'm about to
That's just what happens.
I was gonna say, I took
No, it's frowned upon.
name is like one game and one serve cycle, so I mean I get it.
No,
When
I've
those
seen
girls
girls
like
definitely have that.
turned sideways at me, I felt the pain.
Dude, how many fucking angels are there? Is that thing okay? How many? You know, I shouldn't be looking at squids. God damn it.
Angels? You mean fucking sirens?
That's the one.
Nah,
Same thing. That's what they are.
we're just finding Lilith.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually surprised Lilith is in this. People have done pretty good at not spoiling it. Goddamn, they always bring Lilith back.
I'm not going to keep my one-liner hanging.
I had a 4-lane hand and they were all apart as fast.
Starting. That's actually crazy.
Okay, let me roll 2 6-sided dice. And then that will be turn order.
On ball again.
9. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
I'll do this.
4. Oh, come back. 6. 7. 8. 9.
I love how we switch spots, Cal.
Right. Also, don't forget to light tool into your commander. I always imagine him having just like these earbuds in on a work call or something. Like, can I do that real quick? No. Hey, I know what I gotta do.
I've done it before. Someone called me before.
That makes sense.
Trying to heal at the same fucking answering all these questions.
By the way, I only got till 3.
Oh, okay. This will be my last game anyway.
So I only got 2 hours.
Alright, actually I beat it. Ah.
What was this? You know what? Was giving me.
I'm giving a 4-lander, man.
That's what I kept.
Alright, untap, upkeep, draw. That's a white.
I hate this headset so much.
Oh, you're 5-colored.
Yeah, it's Ursa. Well, I'm technically colorless, but I'm colored, you know. I'm Michael Jackson, that's what this deck is. Michael Jackson, but in the trash.
That means white's colorless. It is shade. Oh, and I have second this time. Shit, my bad.
Yeah.
Draw for turn.
No, I'm saying like the...
I'm gonna play a forest, and I'm gonna tap it for a burgeoning. So whenever your opponent plays a land,
I can put that hand in here.
last turn.
Yeah, it's alright if you have a lot of lands in your deck.
I did not start with a lot of lands today.
Oh, I'm third, aren't I? Untap, upkeep, draw. And
You are still acting Neo somehow.
You're still before me.
we'll play this tapped and I gain a life.
Fucks the map, fucks the
That'll
map,
be
man.
turn.
Run. Oh, you got that soda over there?
No, 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 no! No, 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 no!
Got my swamp for a soul, right?
the threat?
Set up your drop. I'm going to put down the seat of Synod. Let's see. And then I have to pass.
I fucked up.
Does anybody here control any islands?
No. Well, it doesn't say island on it.
I think one does. His land is technically an island plains, right?
No.
No.
It's just a land.
But you did play land though, so I'll play the forest outland. So my turn now.
So glad I didn't come after him.
I'm gonna tap for 3 to play Nessa's Pilgrimage. So I just search my library for 2 basic forest cards, reveal them, put 1 onto the battlefield and 1 into my hand. Pass turn after that.
The green doing fucking green things.
Green doing green fucking things.
Love it. Fucking love it.
Oh yeah, it's my turn, right? I tap up, keep draw. See how he treats me, man? I'm gonna play this, tap.
And you still subscribe to my OnlyFans somehow. It's weird.
I gain a life, call turn.
I'm gonna play a forest off of you playing that. It's the last land I had in my hand. Started with 2. I am jealous of your monster. I thought I had one, and I do not.
Oh, I have a whole package for fucking
There's you, unfortunately.
Fijians or
Yeah, them have that too. I mean, Canada's got that, so yeah.
I'm sorry.
Gotcha. You got like. Wait, how's the housing market?
Shitty. I'm in like Toronto too. Like
Oh man, I'm really sorry.
So the average house is about 800 to 1.2.
I'm more worried about just careful what you post online, you know?
Oh?
Yeah, they come and arrest you for shit online, post online and shit.
You have to put like for that, it's like terroristic threats or threats against a
And
politician.
I've just seen people say they don't like a politician get arrested. It's getting really bad. Nah, Britain's getting really bad as well. Britain, they have a whole like police force where they have like women walking around in fucking jogging outfits, and if a guy just talks to them, they fucking arrest him.
Yeah, not here. But sorry, was that you just playing the land one, then you were done?
Yeah, okay, already caught turn.
Alright. Go with your
You were chatting.
Alright.
I don't know what the fuck to do here. Okay.
We're getting weaker.
Gonna play a tap land, a scry land.
Give me a fucking creature, come on.
Tap and draw, sir.
And then I'm gonna tap 2 mana, 1 being a black for a Yara's Hope Swarm, a 2/2 with menace. When she does combat damage to a player, if it has fewer than 4 1/1 counters on it, put a 1/1 counter on it. If it has exactly 4 counters on it, search my library for a card, put it in my hand, shuffle. I pass.
What a weird tutor. That's kind of interesting.
Weed. That's Menage as well.
Yeah, that's Menage. I love Menage. I'm going to put down the Great Spirits. That's my creature. I'm then going to tap 3. And I'm going to bring out Dark Steel Mirror. It is a 0/1 indestructible.
I do notice that that is still not enough.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm not playing any islands. What are you doing?
Are you done after that?
Yeah.
Turn. I will tap a Tranquil Thicket for a Soul Ring. I will then tap 6, using 1 of it for a Carpet of Flowers. This is why I want you to have an island. So during my main phase, I can add X mana 1 color to my mana pool, where X is the number of islands target player controls.
Yeah, I need to. Yeah, that.
You just wanted one. Yeah, no, it's happening.
And then 5 for Fraley's, Llanowar's Fury.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm going to use her +2. I don't even play this card in the deck. League, we have it to LJS because I needed to make elves to get bonus points. I'm just going to use her +2 to make a mana dork elf. And that is it. And I will
On tap OQ draw. Tap 3. And I'm gonna go altar of the Pantheon. And that'll be 10.
Overflowing gate. It costs 1 mana to attack for a blue and a green. I attack my soul ring to tap that. For a blue and a green plus 1. Or cultivate. Don't hit an island.
I was gonna say, blunt over here being a real one.
With the island or what do you?
Yeah, with island. As the green player, there's no such thing as having too much.
As a bluebird,
Dude, that's such bullshit. Get out of my way! God damn, bro. Yeah.
How is Borderlands 4? I've heard mixed things.
I mean, it's better than 3.
I mean, that's not a high bar.
That's what everyone says.
I'll move the combat. I'll swing the 2/2 of menace.
It's better than the pre-sequel. Why? What the fuck, dude?
I'm about to get my count now, alright?
I'm gonna put Slagwood's Bridge down as main for sure. If people die off fucking library.
Untap, upkeep, draw. Play a command tower.
Tribal's doing tribal things.
Oh, because you're tribal.
We'll tap 2. We'll go Talisman of Conviction.
What's funny is I'm actually in the middle of working on
Tap 3. We'll go Herald's Horn. Naming gods. And we'll pass turn.
So use swamp to tap this for bringing the blue and one more green. So 2 green plus 2 for Nature's Will. Whenever one or more creatures I control do combat damage to a player, tap all lands that player controls, and untap all lands I control.
That's great.
We'll play a left tap land turn. Actually, it's not tap land. That one is swamp.
I can block you, son of a bitch.
Shot. Swing 3 damage. That's the blunt.
Okay, cool.
Just counter up to 2.
Yeah, that's always awesome.
I get the untap
Great threat
land.
assessment.
Main phase 2. So 2 black plus 3. For Witch King, oh, yeah, 5/3 flower. Whenever one or more creatures could deal combat damage to me, each opponent sacrifices a creature that dealt combat damage to me this turn, and the ring tempts you. I don't know what that means.
Means that you have to choose a ring bearer.
There's a ring card whenever the ring tempts you the first time. It turns into a legendary creature, and then can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. Whatever you choose which creature that's on your field. That's all good card.
Regardless, Alex, you say it all now.
He's gonna forget later.
Am I missing a card for that though? Do I need another card?
They came in the Lord of the Rings. Stuff like that. I would just look up what the ring tempts you does on your PC or your phone, and you can just see what it is. Hides your creature within and has an impact.
Oh, but that is my turn.
Right. Going to untap. Draw. I'm going to put down a swamp and land for turn.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to tap
Catch
2.
you, bitch.
I'm going to bring out Plague Mirror. It is a mana dork. I'm then going to tap 3 and play my other mana dork, Palladium Mirror. So there. You're right? It's done. I have no idea. I'll be honest. I only have it in it.
You done after this?
No, I'm swinging.
You get the swinging.
I'm getting the swinging. Fox, I'm
You forest playing some bitch. I'm gonna tear all your forests down, bro. I'm gonna make toilet paper with it and wipe my ass.
I do not. Next turn I will just for you.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. You should have reach though. You always should have reach. It's great.
Bucks got fucked up, man.
Oh, got him. Oh, goddamn. Dude, that made me so hard.
You will lumpy ball.
Untap, real cute draw. I'll play this. It comes in untapped because I control. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm going to do this one. Damn, that was fucking wet. Kinda wet as fuck. Someone shit their britches. Oh, I'm not on the screen. I can't see. It sounds. I just heard a. Ah, dude, I knew it. I've done it before. Don't feel bad. Let's have three. I'm gonna go Kratos. I'm gonna tap two. Using Altar or Pantheon. If I control a god, demigod, or legendary enchantment, I gain 1 life when using it. And I'm gonna put in Atreus. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is my reveal from Harold's Horn, so I'll draw. I didn't have. It was Karanos, God of Storms. Huh? Yeah, it is. And that will be my turn. I missed that whole cutscene. Well, I don't pay much attention to the story ever since Borderlands 2. Heard?
Control attacks, put a quest counter on Beastmaster. 7 counters, my creature. 5 mana for Felix. 5 boats. Person I can swing on.
I got 2 blockers.
What? He's got blockers? Hold on. That's just the right amount.
Almost like you could have done that the last 2 turns too.
We was almost at 4. One more hit. Felix on the board with the
just for you, Duncan. That was my first one.
Alright, Blunt was already there.
Too bad. 4, 5, 6. Two of them being blue, and I'm gonna cast Imposter Syndrome with my enchantment. Number 9. Well, no, it's the only one. Despite my turn. Really? Either way, whenever a non-token creature I control does that damage to a player, I create a token copy of it, except it's not legendary. So I'm going to Steel Nail to the 0/1, my 4/4. 4/4 over at you. Actually, no, 2, 3. I'm gonna cast my commander. That is untap these motherfuckers. And then I will swing. 4/4, a 0/1. At one. No. I fucked them up. I'm gonna swing the 1 at you. If you block it, you'll take 3 for.
Who?
It's all going at
We'll let it through. So I'm taking 4.
You're taking 1. No, you took 5. I'm making a token copy of each one.
What's making them deal damage?
It's whenever they're blocked.
I could say blocked. It's a flip through. Which is supplement control.
Yeah, okay. That's a lot of tokens you just...
Oh, yeah, it was 1, 2. From there, I will pass the turn away.
Which card was that creating the tokens?
Imposter Syndrome.
Draw 3. I'm gonna put these 2 back on top. I'm gonna play Forest as my land for turn. I'm going to -6 Fraley's, which means 3 to draw a card for each green creature I control, which is 5 druids and 2 non-token.
Fuck you, Lilith.
So what?
I was just talking.
I'm then going to play the Great Henge. So it costs less than creatures that have it, 2 green mana type. And whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under my control, put a 1/1 counter on it. I draw a card. So then I'm going to tap 3. Actually, 1, 2, because one of you guys So when it enters the battlefield, I can return target card from the grave to my hand, unless it's been versus Jake or me, which we're gonna cast. Unless it's pilgrimaged, it gets 2 forests on the battlefield tapped. Or sorry, 1 on the battlefield tapped, 1 in my hand.
What happens?
Is it my
I played some stuff and some things.
my turn?
Did some stuff.
Well, I'm gonna do that. I got 6. You gotta let him in.
I have a lot of block. Yeah.
Like that.
2 of which are indestructible.
Instead, 2. It's not really helpful to me. Okay, yeah, I guess I will pass my turn.
Alright, I'll reveal the top card. It's not a god. Untap, upkeep, draw. No, I wasn't playing it. That was my card for Herald's Sworn. I wasn't supposed to reveal it, but play planes.
Isn't that the one that you can untap something to take it out of combat?
I'm gonna tap 4, and I'm gonna go Karanos, God of Storms. I'll gain 1 life. Is red and blue. So 1, 2, 3, and this is 4 and 5.
Did you include itself?
Oh no, I didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. It'll be a creature. And we will move to combat.
No, touchy me, buddy.
We'll swing Kratos over. Yo, can you give me? You got a chump blocker out?
I have an indestructible mirror.
Is it stronger than 4?
No, but I can block with 2 of them.
No, it's no trample or nothing. I just need to swing so I can get my experience going. That's why I was saying if you get. Yeah, so if you just got like something that isn't gonna kill my fucking Kratos, I'm gonna swing it over at you.
Sure, Dark Steel Mirror is gonna pull back. You're 1 indestructible.
Alright, and I'll swing Kratos over you for 4. And then I'll move to main phase 2. I'll do 3 in Atreus to draw 1 and discard 1. With Karanos, oh, that's not my first card. Never mind. Damn. Oh well. Alright, and we'll move to instep and put a +1/+1 on Kratos and call turn.
Can't wait to see -X on all creatures on the field. I feel kind of.
Okay. I definitely Alright. Black +1. I'm gonna feed the swarm. Get rid of that good old imposter syndrome.
Is that a permanent?
Straight creature enchantment.
Okay, cool.
I lose life equal to that permanent's mana value.
6.
God damn.
Oh, with that?
Well, I mean,
Also, I now have a 6/6 instead of 2 settlement controls. Oh yeah.
doesn't auto deal damage?
No, this isn't bad.
Flip.
I know. So afflict is if you block, all creatures inflict 3, but instead of 2 of them, it has to inflict 3 twice, meaning it's afflict 6. So it has 6 units to you if you block it.
Swinging 2 menace damage at the blunt. Wait, 4 menace damage.
Yep.
Oh, because he had 2 tap. You can't block it now. We're up to 4 counters. If she hits again, I get to tutor. I get to put a 1 counter on that thing. Untap my land. Well, that don't even matter. But tap your lands to blunt, and I pass my turn.
You're a real piece of shit.
Oh yeah. 2 mana.
And then I'm gonna tap both of my Plague Muse to cast Alpha Muse.
Yeah, you guys go after each other, cuz I'm gonna fuck fucks up.
Alright, I feel like Neo, you're gonna fuck me up, so, oh, you also got infect too.
He said infect 2 twice, so that'd be 4.
No, I have two creatures that I infect one.
Oh, okay. So infect twice.
Well, maybe it's supposed to affect. And then... Well, you're a little high. I'm just gonna swing out.
I just said leave me alone.
Yeah, you're at 35 though, and I feel like I should bring you down a little bit. You know? I'm gonna swing a 5 at you. If you block, you'll take 6. And then I'll pass. Don't worry, I'm gonna get fucking...
Mirrors from combat. I completely forgot about that. Draw.
Oh, I think you forgot about it, which is so good.
Play forest return. Alright. Plus 2 freelies to create an additional druid. I'm going to tap. Eligible to be tapped. 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19. Plus the 2 I get from islands. To cast Genesis Wave for 16. So reveal the top 16 cards in my library. I can put any number of cards in. Converted mana cost 16 or less from among them on the battlefield. Put all cards that were not put on the battlefield this way in the graveyard. Lands, please. Yeah. So 16. Yeah. Worldly Tutor, goddamn. World Spine. The Judgment is 3. Walking Ballista is 4. That's unfortunate. 5. 6. This tree is 7. Forest is 8. Forest 9. Passive is 11. Orc is 12. Just Flame is 13. Cage Sun is 14. Widow Goat is 15.
Only like turn 6, right?
We've been here.
Yeah, it's turn 6. It's turn 6.
He just hit me for 20 damage.
I know. I'm saying that's crazy.
No, I know, it's fair. I'm not even mad about it. Where do I mean? I get it.
So all of these enter, but the Walking Ballista will immediately die because I can't put any counters on it. Cage Sun enter. Zuza, Lost But Seeking, Greater Good, and Kadama. But with Kadama entering, because all of these enter at the same time, I can place Omnat, and I can Lignify Owl's Commander. So your commander essentially would be a Dirk with no abilities.
Cool. How about me, I guess?
I am going to tap this cast the Gate of Graves, tap Zavala, Heart of the Wilds, the gem is 15 green mana because I board tap.
Jesus.
For 15, 15. And I'm going to sack one of my get to draw 15 cards. What you did?
To be fair, you've had a wall of creatures the entire game.
This weird deck has been the dream deck of mine for eons now.
It's okay. I think I might have 15 mana. Going to be for last turn. So keep the counter, draw cards equal to control, and you put any number of creature cards from my hand.
Is that the last thing that's coming in or what?
No, every creature from my hand just comes in now.
Well, I'm talking about from your Genesis wave. All right.
Hey, fuck. And that is game. Holy fuck, Mono Green was hard. I'm playing Mono Green and Artifact.
All right. I love ending game at turn 3 or turn 6. Yeah, I don't.
That's so well though. So thoughts on mirrors, table?
That gives me some ideas for my artifact deck. Oh, Mirror deck is great. It's a great artifact deck.
Yeah, well, you honestly saw it do that.
Yeah, well, Birds and Birds are the best two artifact decks of all time. They're disgusting.
Yeah. Well, I have Ruben's Mastering thing as well, which basically lets me play shit from the top of my library for free, which I could have had. Yeah. Oh, Mia Reservoir just adds more shit. Oh, I do have the Mia Retriever, Mia Propagator, and Scrappling Mirror, whatever it's called, Mirror Welder, to have that infinite combo. There is an infinite combo in.
In the combos, I'd rather kill with creatures.
Oh, I don't either.
Deck in the Meg and the LGS. Stack of Domination combo just means creatures aren't gonna work.
Yeah.
It's in there. That the makes winning.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna join the lobby with my buddy.
Alright, later.
I also have to go, unfortunately. I will keep on Discord, by the way, if you want to hit me up or down to play or whatever. No, my username is.
Oh,
the YouTube video that first showed off the dead raccoon, implying that not only did the project kill the raccoon, but whoever uploaded that video also wrote the name on this Polaroid. We also see a Polaroid of the figure in the black gown with the plastic mask next to someone in a wedding dress that is labeled Kevin with company. This confirms for me that the figure in the black robe is Kevin. We see here that their victims are referred to as company. There's also a Polaroid of the figure in the dress bowing down to Kevin. This could be a member of the project that idolizes him, or more hauntingly, if the men that are placed under hypnotic control are forced to clean up bodies, then it's likely the women under Kevin's control are forced to do much worse.
Y'all know what time it is.
Everybody.
It's gonna be a good year.
Everybody.
You got a girl's bike?
Whatever happened to community? What's the worst that could happen?
I could fall over and die.
The next video is titled Prolapse. And it's that, I think. I'm gonna censor it even more than how censored it is in the video, but it's like a super blurry image of what I think is a prolapse being stabbed a bunch with someone screaming really loud. It sounds like a guy screaming, so maybe this is part of the process to make someone into a baghead. Maybe this is just torture. I don't know. It's gross. The next video is titled IMG 8066. This is footage taken from a phone, and as we're going to see, a new perspective. It is 15 seconds of a black screen, but what we hear is interesting.
But I just say, oh yeah, it's just some autistic kid. I mean, that's not an excuse. I'm trying not to get the police involved here. What am I supposed to do? Understand that it's your house, it's your face on the tape, no? No, I'm not recording.
So we have someone speaking to someone else about an autistic person, definitely Alex, but saying that regardless of that, it's no excuse. And whatever it is that's going on, this person is going to get the police involved. This didn't make a lot of sense to me until I listened closely to the voice. I believe the person speaking is Elowen's boyfriend.
It's cold, but there's no animals. But I just say, oh yeah, it's just some autistic kid. I mean, that's not an excuse.
So we have Elowen's boyfriend trying to find out something about Alex, but why? Probably because of the mini DV tape Alex left at their campsite. Her boyfriend found it, watched it, and as you can imagine, became concerned. He probably thought it was some kind of experimental horror movie thing and wasn't entirely sure it was real, but he wants answers. So he's gone to a friend of Alex's. A friend who has his house and his face on Alex's tape. I believe it is the same friend that Alex went to earlier. The one who told him he should stay away from Kevin, that he didn't like the project. As a matter of fact, the tape in which Alex went to his house was DV100115, the same one that there is a duplicate of later. And at the end of 100-115, we see Baghead throwing Purple Jacket Girl's body into the construction pit. So perhaps this is the tape that Elowen's boyfriend saw that got him so concerned. So he goes to Alex's friend who he saw in the video to try to get answers. And when he gets there, in case something goes down, records the conversation. With that context, listen to that conversation again.
I just say, oh yeah, it's just some autistic kid. I mean, that's not an excuse. I'm trying not to get the police involved here. What am I supposed to do? Understand that it's your house, it's your face on the tape, no? No, I'm not recording.
This is the only scenario here that makes sense to me. Otherwise, I have no idea what's going on. Not that it would be a first. After that, our next video switches back to Alex's perspective. It begins as he's just driving on roads through town. He passes the school bus and church parking lot, the cemetery we've seen a few times at this point, likely because bodies are dumped around the area, and as mentioned earlier, this is near the area where Elowen and her boyfriend are camping. He zooms in on a white truck and eventually parks at a gas station. While he is at the gas station, Elowen comes outside and walks up to him and says this.
What were you doing parked? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were somebody else.
So Elowen runs up to Alex's car, and when he rolls down the window, says she thought that he was someone else. Ask yourself this: why would you mistake someone for someone you know in a parking lot? Because they're driving the same car. That's the only way you would think you recognize someone, and then when they roll down their window, you realize you're mistaken. Keep that in mind. After that, we get another video from Elowen's boyfriend's perspective that, to me, ties a lot of things together. This video is once again taken on a smartphone. From the inside of the car we see at the beginning, we can match it up to the inside of the car from him and his girlfriend's camping trip. Same two-tone interior, same windows, same handles, same side mirrors. When he steps out, we even see that it's the same gold color. So we are once again getting a video from the perspective of Elowen's boyfriend. The title of his previous video was 8066, and this one is 8067, meaning right after having the conversation with Alex's friend, he has driven here. We're about to find out where here is right now. If you look at the yard and driveway as he's walking, it might look familiar. And as he approaches the front door and knocks, if you look at the brick around him, it might look even more familiar. Elowen's boyfriend has gone to the 3-story house. He saw the video, he spoke to Alex's friend, maybe hoping it was a joke, and I'm sure Alex's friend assured him that Alex wouldn't be capable of something like that. So he decided to go to the house that Alex, Kevin, Baghead, and the rest of the project are in, not knowing that he was walking into a monster. Eventually, no one comes to the door, so he lets himself in.
Alex? Alex?
Pre-order now and get early access to the open beta.
You don't want to waste your precious downtime searching. No, with your hectic schedule, your TV time is sacred. Fire TV helps you make the most of it. More time for you time.
Hey dude, my name's Matt. I just want to talk to you for a second. I talked to your friend Liam. Can I talk to you for a second?
For one, due to the unfinished walls we see around him, this is certainly the 3-story house. But also, we finally have a name for Elowen's boyfriend, Matt. This is the reason I've been calling him Elowen's boyfriend this long. And earlier I said that I think I know his name, but it relates to like in theory and stuff. I guess I could have just called him Matt and then explained I think he's Matt because of this moment. But I'm not re-recording all that, so. And this also gives us the name of Alex's friend who he visited earlier, Liam. As Matt walks into the house, he assures Alex that he just wants to talk, that Alex isn't in any trouble. He cautiously calls out to see if Kevin's there, until this happens.
Alex, dude, Liam sent me. Okay? Can you come out here for a second?
It seems that something struck Matt, killing him. Likely, considering the sound of trickling blood that follows, a sledgehammer. So Matt went to the 3-story house and has now become another victim of the project, another victim of Kevin. After this, the screen is black, but we hear something crawling around, getting closer, until eventually we hear three claps symbolizing that the baghead is needed. From here, we hear Matt's body be dragged away. If you'll remember, 3 claps was the clap we didn't hear what it means. Perhaps instead of disposing the body or cleaning up, they have some use for Matt's body. Regardless, it was enough to cause the baghead to appear and drag off the corpse. What follows is 10 minutes of silence before someone, most likely Kevin, walks back to the scene of the murder and finds Matt's phone, ending the video. This explains how Matt and Elowen's videos came into the possession of whoever's uploading these. I mean, as mentioned earlier, the channel is called Kept Here. It's as if it's a personal storage. The reason we were seeing Matt and Elowen's videos earlier is because Matt probably had all that footage in his car, and whoever's uploading these, likely Kevin, decided to upload their footage as well. The penultimate video is titled In. Footage begins by showing us Matt's car on the side of the road. It seems that this is once again from the mini DV or Alex's perspective. And since, you know, Matt died with his car in their driveway, people were probably going to come looking. So it seems they're ditching his car in the middle of nowhere. This also ties into why Elowen confused Alex for Matt earlier, as again, seemingly Alex was infatuated with Elowen. So after her boyfriend was dead and he was disposing of the car, he drove the car to a gas station where he knew she'd be. And driving her dead boyfriend's car, who she doesn't know is dead yet, she runs up to the window to greet Matt, realizes it's Alex, apologizes, and walks away. Alex gets footage of blood on the ground, followed by footage of a light walking around in the darkness, likely Kevin. And then the video ends as the flashlight makes its way back to the car. This is most likely Kevin disposing of Matt's body. I don't know why he didn't have the baghead do it, but maybe it was already a little too high vis. There was too much evidence pointing Matt's killing towards them, or at least the house. So maybe it would have been too risky to bring the baghead this time, and he had to do it discreetly. Also, yes, earlier in the series, they killed the baghead. But for one, the whole series is out of order, so they might have murdered the baghead later. Or I don't know how complicated it is to make a baghead. Maybe they made a new one. Maybe that's what prolapse was. You have to torture people in that way to make bagheads. How would you know? You've never tried. With that, we are taken to the last upload in the series, at least the last upload before the YouTube channel got nuked into orbit. That video is titled Old House. Old House is simply silent footage of someone walking through an old house. From some of the details we see, this appears to be the 3-story house. Only it is far older than last we saw. Leaves pile the ground, things are covered in a layer of dust. Mud dauber nests and spider webs clutter the area. It seems that this is the 3-story house we were familiar with, but after some time has passed. Without spectacle or note, with that, the series ends. So that was every video of Kept Here, at least every one I know of. Maybe one got deleted somewhere along the line and I can't find it. I'm doing my best. But if there is a way to make it cohesive, then what is it? I mean, what did all of that mean? Well, let's talk about it. So the core difference that establishes my framing of the series is the fact that Kevin is taking advantage of Alex. Sometime before the series began, Kevin got Alex on board to this project. We don't ever hear a clear layout of what it is, but we certainly have signs. People like Cigarette are inducted to bring in new victims. Some are murdered, some are turned into puppets. The moment's captured on a Polaroid, their bodies dumped, and all of it recorded. Perhaps Alex always had an interest in recording things, and that's what made Kevin seek him out. When you line up all of the shots chronologically, it kind of leans into this slow descent. Starts off with Alex and Cigarette around a campfire. Then there's footage of the dead raccoon. Then there's them stalking women, and then the murders begin. Which I actually think this person we see by the campfire all the way at the beginning of the series, I believe this is Kevin because it's the same voice heard in Vultures and Pills.
Dude, do you mind like putting the camera down for a minute?
You like this, don't you? I know this. You've taken the pills and you're on mine now. You will follow the instructions I give you.
But we actually see this person one more time, albeit briefly. At the end of the 43rd upload, DV100112, right after we see Kevin in a black robe at the top of the stairs, the camera glitches into this guy.
Do you have a ladder?
I believe that this is also Kevin. So Kevin's been there every step of the way. I believe this conversation on the porch to be outside of the house that Alex was stalking. So if Kevin's been manipulating Alex, and Alex is having his hand forced at each turn, then what all has Alex actually done? Because if I'm right about my theory here and him stalking this woman was just at Kevin's pressure so she could eventually be a victim, then otherwise the only thing he's done is document this. Obviously, if he's a willing participant, well, we don't know how far his mental illness goes. We don't know how far he's being puppeted. The one thing we do know...
Check out the expanded strength equipment at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Now through October 10th. Planet Fitness is proud to partner with Boys and Girls Clubs of America to create stronger, kinder communities.
I've been up all night. Sleep regression is hard. Oh no, he'd sleep through a rave. His dad and I made a counteroffer on a home. We were up all night plotting with our agent. I know, it's exciting. Exactly.
that he does is have an interest in Elowen. After all, in Vultures, Kevin said Alex likes her. But then Kevin says that he wants her first and then Alex can have the scraps. Of course, implying that she'll be killed. So with that, what does Alex do? He leaves her a tape. Despite living next door to her, he can go over at any time. He chooses not to do that. Instead, he finds her and her boyfriend and leaves them a tape. A tape that Matt should have taken to the police, but didn't. I think that Alex feared Kevin and Kevin's influence. I think he was too scared to walk away or go to the authorities but he wanted someone else to do it. I think Alex tried to warn Elwyn, paid the ultimate price. And I think that because of the tape called Alex. See, I didn't think this initially because there's tapes that on a timeline happen after these events, and they're shot from the same POV that Alex normally would. Well, that wasn't until Cigarette mentioned in her video that after Alex and Kevin had a fight, Kevin started filming his own stuff. And by fight, I think Kevin killed Alex. When we hear Cigarette say that Kevin will be furious that Alex lost that tape, she was right. The police were investigating, Alex had let information get out, he had to clean up shop. Initially, he used Alex to do some of those things, like kill Cigarette, but then he would eventually kill Alex himself. That's why I believe the video titled Alex, in which we see no one operating the camera and Kevin standing up, features a photo of someone, I believe Alex, impaled through the throat. Every video that occurs after this being filmed by Kevin. Perhaps the final straw that tipped the scales was Matt. Matt showed up, had to be dealt with, and then his car disposed of. So after Baghead cleans up the mess, Kevin and Alex ditch his car, ditch Baghead, ditch Cigarette, and then finally the last dead weight, Alex. All of the photos and related evidence being burned as we saw in Burn. This also raises the question, what happened to Elwyn? Well, last we saw her was when she mistook Alex driving Matt's car for Matt. But we actually get one other clue of what might have happened to her, and it's not great. So remember how there's 2 security camera tapes from outside of Elwyn's house? Well, on one of them, nothing happens for a minute except some headlights go by. And in the other one, we just see who I believe to be Elwyn's mom walk into the house. Well, if you turn up your audio on the clip of her mom walking into the house, it's not great. At 8 seconds, it sounds like there is a spring of some sort. Or if not a spring, maybe something breaking. I think whoever walked into the house ran into some kind of trap. And if Elwyn's mom was murdered or kidnapped inside of her home, then chances for Elwyn aren't the best. Especially if Kevin was tying up loose ends and the loosest end was Matt in the tape, then the only other person who knew about that tape would be Elwyn. But maybe Elwyn wasn't home. She doesn't have to be dead. Maybe she's still alive if you want her to be. Somewhere. Even if Alex was trying to save Elwyn, it's not great that after Matt died and Alex was in Matt's car, probably with Kevin, they were waiting outside of a gas station where Elwyn so happened to be. I think one of the biggest pieces of evidence that Alex was never evil, he was just a mentally ill person who was walked into an evil place, is the message we see following the pictures of his death that says, "Please don't steal my tapes, please. God is watching." I think in some way in Alex's mind, he was trying to do the right thing. He was too scared to speak out. He may have been incapable of speaking out, but he felt like if he documented everything, if there was some evidence out there somewhere, maybe it could be stopped. He had some grand concept of God or a higher power or moral right and wrong. And his answer to that were these tapes. He wanted someone to see what was happening. He needed someone to stop it, and he tried with Elwyn and Matt. The other video series are pretty self-explanatory at this point. If you line up all of Elwyn and Matt's tapes, they go to walk the dog, which leads them into Kevin or Alex's yard. I think the 3-story house is Alex's because the state of disrepair and Alex's mental condition kind of imply that maybe his parents left it to him. Maybe he doesn't have anywhere else to go, so he just kind of hangs around there. Maybe that's part of the reason that Kevin is so manipulative of him, so they can use the property. Maybe that's also why Liam knew to tell Matt to go there, because obviously Liam would never have gone there and seen, like, you know, the Baghead and the other bodies, besides, you know, the raccoon, rest in peace. But with Matt and Elwyn, they walk the dog, and then they go camping, and then they find the tape, and they come home, which leads to Matt confronting Liam, which leads to him going to the 3-story house and getting killed. Cigarette's tapes are much the same. She hangs out with some friends who she, in my opinion, is trying to lure back to the project. She says too much and is brought out into the woods to be killed for it, probably not realizing this until it was too late. One final thing I want to clarify is I don't think Cigarette died on this night where we see her and Alex in a parking lot. Reason being, this footage from both Alex and Cigarette's perspective comes midway through both of their timelines, going off of the video files. I think this was just another normal night of killing for them, and then later, after Cigarette said too much to her friend, she was murdered.
United Healthcare has been great for me. I got a U-Card and I love the U-Card. It helps a lot. I can buy groceries, aspirin, I can get whatever I need.
Another point of evidence for this is the clothes she's wearing in the Polaroid and the night she asked to carry the sledgehammer are different than the shirt she was wearing that night in the parking lot with Alex. So I think a timeline for the final events of the series goes as follows. Alex gives Elowen and Matt a tape of the project's killings. This causes Cigarette to freak out. Matt then comes to the 3-story house to confront Alex and is killed by Kevin. Kevin and Alex then get rid of Matt's body and car, seeing Elowen at the gas station on their way to do so. After this, because Alex tried to tell Matt and Elowen, Alex is murdered. Cigarette probably doesn't know this, which is what leads her to telling her friend that she is jealous of the way Kevin treats Alex and that the two of them got into a big fight, and now Kevin is recording his own stuff. In this conversation, Cigarette says too much and she is murdered as well. Kevin then continues to burn and destroy evidence, likely killing Elowen and her mother at their home. If there's only one Baghead throughout the series, then this is likely when Baghead is killed as well. And Kevin seems to be the last man standing of whatever this project was. The ultimate mystery is who is uploading these tapes. Again, the channel's called Kept Here. Most of them just seem to be the file names ripped straight from the cameras that were taken. I think it only makes sense that the person uploading all of these is Kevin. I mean, nearly everyone else is dead and it was his project in the first place. Because of that, I think we see some images of what he wanted this project to be. Some kind of experimental art piece about murder and death. Because most telling, this seems to be the theme out of a lot of the named clips. Things like Pills has Kevin's voiceover as this droning music plays. Vultures, Burn, Cat 1 through 6. All things that feature death or something being destroyed. Granted, I think a lot of these were filmed by Alex, especially because they'll do the thing Alex does where he films one thing and then gets distracted with another. But I think a lot of the named ones, like Smut for example, have been edited, named, and uploaded by Kevin. I mean, the Alex tape had to be uploaded and named by Kevin. I don't think Alex named the video of his own murder. And Kevin also seems to be the one to murder Cigarette and Matt and possibly Elowen, meaning that is how he had access to all of their footage to then upload. I also think the last video in the series points out what happened to him. See, all of these are shot as if they're several years old. The only time we really get a definitive year is 2016 in the Nest security camera footage, which seems to be at the end of the timeline when Elowen possibly dies. And in addition, from the different seasons we see outside, from fall to spring, as well as the various states of the decomposing raccoon, it seems that the series takes place over about a year. So if the series happens between 2015 and 2016, then I think the final video, Old House, was meant to be recorded around the time the video was actually uploaded, 2020. The video that shows Alex's house abandoned after several years. Kevin wanted to hide the evidence and get away with it, and it seems he did. He killed everyone who knew too much and got rid of the evidence where he needed to. Now he's come back to the house years later, alone, the only person living or willing to tell of his crimes, which creates a horrific notion that Kevin is still out there, which I believe is a terrifying way to end the series. I mean, like I said earlier, there were a lot of people when these videos were coming out who thought it was real. I mean, think about it. If you were one of the first to come across this YouTube channel, you just saw footage of like streets and buildings and trees and then a dead animal, and then boom, naked guy with a bag on his head. Obviously, the series is fictional, but it does such a great job at making itself come across as real. From the graphicness of what's shown to the casual nature of it all, I think it's an incredibly well done piece of found footage horror that doesn't get talked about enough. I mean, so many found footage pieces want to feel like they came from the internet or feel like they were pieced together videos taken from across the web. And this actually is. I mean, I understand why YouTube, nuked it, as mentioned earlier, but what an interesting piece of terror. When I was watching this for the first time, like alone in my room with the lights off, the droning noises during vultures and during Pills got to me. I can't find a lot of people who even talk about this thing online, let alone the creators or the actors and people involved. Hopefully this brings some light to it, and hopefully they come forward, and hopefully they have some more projects for us to check out. But for now, that was Kept Here, the horror series banned from YouTube. And I thought it was really cool, and I think you're really cool, and I just want to say thank you for watching. I heard this series mentioned a while back, so I watched the re-upload of it and was baffled that this wasn't like some Shudder exclusive, found footage horror movie, that this whole thing just got wiped from YouTube. I think it's really cool. Obviously it's graphic. Obviously not everyone wants to see, naked dudes and a lot of blood and, you know, stories about women being kidnapped and murdered, and that is totally okay. I do not blame you. But if you are into horror that deals with some heavier themes like that, then I highly encourage you to check it out. I'll have the re-upload as well as the Internet Archive version linked in the description below if you want to check those out. If I find any information about the creator after this video goes up, I'll be sure to link whatever I can link of theirs in the description as well. But most importantly, this was a scary thing I found online that I wanted to talk about. So thank you all for checking it out, and thank you for the support you've shown not only here, but on Creepcast and on Wendigang. It really does mean the world. New content on the way as always, so stay tuned for that. I believe that should do it for now, but before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
What starts as innocent curiosity
He hit like on that video.
can end with disastrous consequences.
The algorithm flipped immediately.
The predatory dangers of social media. Tomorrow morning at 6 on Channel 7 Daybreak.
When it comes to purchasing a new appliance, we know you have lots of questions, like where do you
The reason we're here, and I don't think you would argue that this is unnecessary, the assassination in cold blood is an act of terrorism of Charlie Kirk. Is that political violence? You seem so confident on the Hortmans, but not Charlie Kirk.
I would say, I was just thinking about your question.
If that doesn't constitute political violence that could be answered in the affirmative immediately, of course, what would? Hey YouTube, what you're about to watch is a new segment we call Change My Mind. Welcome back to Change My Mind. It's been a while. This is the place where we rationalize, we reason our positions on controversial topics. When I created Change My Mind in 2017, I had one goal in mind, and that was to shine a light on the institutions that had failed Americans. Often students propagandized by the educational system, as well as legacy media.
Mr. Trump's once again defending comments he made about the white supremacists and neo-Nazis.
There were very fine people on both sides.
The president's statement that both sides are responsible for the violence in Charlottesville.
It was designed to bring genuine dialogue to what had become an impenetrable echo chamber dominated by progressive professors, administrators, student leadership, along with the complicit media and big tech establishment. To put it simply, the kind of dialogue that evaded all of cable news.
I know you said that. 150 police officers got hurt.
You said I was being hyperbolic. Let me respond. I'm not. You being a white man as an insult?
That just shows you the ridiculousness of all of this.
And so, nearly a decade later, with billions of plays, countless discussions, inspired student iterations, one meme of the year, and yes, even a few changed minds later, I somewhat changed your mind. Change My Mind had grown far bigger than I ever initially anticipated. And with that came pushback, controversy, increasing hostility, and yes, straight up violence.
You piece of living garbage ass dumpster fire.
It got to the point where security became a serious issue. And so I pulled back. Now, given recent events, however, I felt led, compelled even, to bring it back. Voices like ours, and I mean ours, can't be silenced. And I say this to you watching on the left, made me do this. I didn't necessarily want to, and everyone told me that this, in today's climate, could not be done unless I took unbelievable precautions, unless it was absolutely kept a secret until mere hours before the event as a pop-up, unless I literally brought an army with me and bulletproofed the entire radius, which is exactly what we did. And so today, for the first time in many years, Change My Mind returns, and back to one of the places where it all began, Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. Today's subject is plain and simple. The left is violent. Will anybody be able to change my mind? Thank you, Christina, for sitting down.
One more time.
Stephen.
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 Yes. Okay.
So I'll take that. I mean, you're not
maybe super familiar with what we do with these this series. Let me just kind of clarify what it is. First, I'll tell you what it's not. It's not gotcha. It's not clickbait. This is not meant to be, or it won't be used to clip into some kind of a dunk or something to just foment people espousing the same rhetoric on one side. It will be uploaded contextually in its entirety, where hopefully we have a productive discussion. Yes. We rationalize our positions, reason them on controversial topics. Before I get to the premise of today, could you do me a favor just so we can find some common ground? Yeah. This is what's being cited right now quite a bit. Just the definition of political violence. I want to make sure we both agree on it.
Political violence are criminal complaints, indictments, and court records looking for crimes that seek a socio-political change or to communicate to outside audience.
And I'll summarize it. That's the technical description from the source cited. Yeah. It's violence as a tool being used toward a political end. In other words, just because you vote Democrat or because you vote Republican, if you accidentally hit someone with your car and commit manslaughter, that's not political violence. If you vote Democrat, but let's say you go out and run someone over because of their politics, that would be political violence. Do we agree on that?
I think I can agree with you on that.
Okay, yes. Good. So the premise today is that, particularly today in 2025, by and large, the political violence is coming from the left. It's not proportionate with that on the right. That's the reason for the security that you see today that's very necessary. And it's a problem that's reaching a boiling point that may not be sustainable. If you disagree with me, you're welcome to change my mind.
I don't know if I can change your mind, because here's the thing. When I see the sign that says the left is violent, and you talked about how it's not proportional, and I would love to see your statistics about that, because we could make the same statement about the right very easily, right? Like we could say that was it just a month or two ago that the Democratic lawmakers were shot, and that was like, all right. I think our bigger problem is that the
You're talking about the Hortmans in Minnesota, right?
Right, yeah, because she was a senator and her husband was also killed, and that was done by the right, whatever. But
it wasn't. But continue.
Oh, that wasn't a It wasn't a conservative or.
No, that's why I used the example that I did. The person, Vance Bolter, who committed it, specifically said it had nothing to do with politics, and he left a letter reasoning it, saying that Tim Walz had ordered him to carry a hit out on people. So he was very clear that it wasn't in the name of politics. That's someone who happened to be, on some issues, Republican, on some issues, Democrat. And he was appointed by a Tim Walz administration. So that was not done in the name of political violence. He said Tim Walz ordered him to assassinate somebody who was out of his mind. But I'd like you to continue with the example.
Sure. And let's say, okay, so he wasn't right. That's fine.
No, it wasn't political violence.
It wasn't political. Oh, it didn't count as political violence.
Based on the definition you agreed to, right?
Yeah. And I think a lot of it too is there's so many things happening. It's actually really hard to get all the facts about everything.
Sure.
And our media is when they make these statements or they start to postulate about an event, and it will become political before we've even fully fleshed everything out, like.
Could you give me an example?
Well, like the shooting that happened at the church yesterday, I haven't seen enough. I don't know, have you seen any media on it yet? I'm curious to know what the media is saying
quite a bit
about it. And I want to know how are they characterizing it?
Yeah, the media isn't characterizing, even, I will say this, even on the left and the right, they're not really characterizing that as political violence.
Okay.
Because it was a guy who really seemed to harbor ill will toward the Mormon church. So it's pretty hard to categorize it as political violence when the targets were largely conservative and the man who carried out the action seems like he might be a Republican. But I think we could pick a more clear example, a multitude of them. The reason we're here, and I don't think you would argue that this is unnecessary, the assassination in cold blood as an act of terrorism of Charlie Kirk. Is that political violence? You seem so confident on the Hortmans, but not Charlie Kirk.
I would say, I was just thinking about your question. Probably because he was like Turning Point USA is a conservative organization, right? That's meant to try and rally young conservatives and be involved. And so, I would probably agree that his death was political, or his murder, assassination was politically violent. But I guess I just have a hard time reconciling that with, we can say that the senator and her husband being killed wasn't political, but...
I'll tell you exactly why. I'll tell you exactly why. Because the express motive of the terrorist who assassinated Charlie Kirk was politics. He killed him because he said he's one of those hateful conservative right-wingers. The rhetoric that he espoused, the reason that he killed Charlie Kirk, was to take out someone of his political persuasion and make others of his political persuasion afraid to express their opinions. The man who assassinated, which I roundly condemn, Vance Bolter, the Hortmans, did not do it as a means to a political end. Charlie Kirk was assassinated, he is not an elected official, solely because of his political perspective as a method to instill terror in the populace.
Yeah.
How do I know? Because a person said it was political violence.
Okay, what if we just don't even have enough information, though? Like, what if it is politically motivated and we just don't have enough to know about it yet?
In that case, we do.
You know, well, not in this particular instance, but I just mean, like, with the Hortmans you mentioned.
Okay, well, let's separate the gray area.
Okay.
Right, that's why I kind of start with the example. Just because you, I would assume, let's say, vote Democrat or Republican, just because you commit a crime doesn't make it political violence. I mean, if we did that, we'd have 90% of the crime being committed on behalf of the Democrat Party because most people in inner cities vote Democrat. I don't consider that to be political violence. People have political beliefs. When people commit violence, sometimes they rob a store because they want money. People who commit political violence do so specifically to instill fear in political opposition. They specifically commit violence as a means to a political end.
Okay.
And when we categorize it that way, it's overwhelmingly coming from the left. We do have the sources here that we make this available, so you can take the QR code. So what would make you, because you seem very confident that the Hortmans was political violence, and then it's nuanced with Charlie Kirk. Why?
Oh, I didn't say it was nuanced at all with Charlie Kirk. I agreed with you after considering your question that it was a political.
If that doesn't constitute political violence that could be answered in the affirmative immediately, of course, what would? Like, what would be required to say, oh, this is clearly an act of political violence or political terrorism, if not Charlie Kirk?
I agreed that it was political violence, so I'm not sure where this question's coming from.
Well, I'm saying because you came in and pointed to an example that would be in the gray area, the Hortmans, and took a long time to agree with that premise of Charlie Kirk. So what if we don't know enough information? So Charlie Kirk would be very clear left-wing political violence.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Sure.
Great.
Yes.
So there are more examples of that coming from the left than the right. That's the premise, yes.
Okay. So you're saying clear examples of political violence. I hear you using clear
Violence
examples.
carried out as a means to a political end.
So there's clear information, data that shows us that the left is violent or is more violent than the right.
Yes. Not only in crime statistics, but also in the polling after Charlie Kirk's death. Now, I believe that you're discussing this in good faith, and I would assume that you roundly condemn political violence of all stripes.
Of course.
So do I. Just to be clear, I think we both are. That's why we're sitting at a table having a conversation.
Right.
Do you identify as more liberal or conservative?
I like to think I'm moderate because I hold some conservative views and some liberal views. Okay. And I wish we could have a little bit more moderation in our country.
Like sitting down and having discussions?
Exactly.
Okay.
Like things like this.
Because we get killed for it anyway.
Right. Yeah.
And only the right. Only the right gets killed for this anyway. You're seeing the one that got through. The reason I stopped doing this for years is because every single time out was a violent attack. Sometimes it was a rock. Sometimes it was a milkshake, could be concrete, acid, chocolate, vanilla, I don't know. Doxing, fire bombings, Molotov cocktails. Maya Angelou spoke at SMU only a few years before my first time here, didn't need this kind of security. And you can see it if you observe your speakers here. And I'll tell you why that is. If you look at the polls post-assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you label yourself as a moderate, those who identify as liberal support political violence at a ratio of 6-1 to conservatives. The YouGov poll said, is political violence acceptable? 77% of conservatives said not at all. Only 38% of those on the left said not at all. 62% of those on the left said somewhat to completely acceptable. We see the same stats after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. We see the same stats after the fire bombings of the Tesla dealership. And we see the same stats on the opposite side, those on the right roundly condemning political violence. The lowest you'll find is 72. You usually find it in the high 80s. You will not find a number that breaks half on the left.
Okay, you mentioned Donald Trump. Can we jump to that for just a minute?
Donald Trump, sure. I assumed we would.
Well, because I thought that guy was a registered Republican, and then he donated the guy who attempted to assassinate Donald Trump. I'm sorry, I'm really terrible at names.
Crooks.
Yeah, that he was a registered Republican. So would you consider him a act of violence on the left or on the right?
I would consider the attempted assassination of a presidential nominee political violence, yes.
Yes.
I don't know if you know this, there are a lot of people on the right who don't like Donald Trump.
Yes, I do know a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Political violence isn't just Republican, Democrat. That's why I say left versus right.
Okay.
Those on the right are more routinely targets, and it's very blatant. People can say he was a registered Republican. That doesn't change the fact that it was an act of political violence carried out against Donald Trump, who's a conservative.
Yes.
Republican, whatever term you want to use.
Well, I guess, but if the argument is the left is violent, and I'm just thinking about this guy's, political background from the person. I hear what you're saying, that the right is targeted more often.
Yeah, we're the victims of political violence.
More often, and
much more.
So, would you classify that specific incident as violence of the right or of the left?
Well, the target is the right. The target was Donald Trump. So the net result is the same. We are often the targets of violence.
Yeah, but the left...
Including someone who may be a moderate Republican. Yeah, the left is still overwhelmingly violent. And I point to those polls that you can peruse from YouGov, from Reuters, not bastions of conservatism, along with the rhetoric since then. Here's the one thing that you can't point me to. And we can go through the stats. And I know you've probably heard from those on the left that actually there's more right-wing political violence. They're often circulating that right now. I can disabuse you of that notion relatively quickly. I think we'd find common ground there. You still can't point me to an example that is comparable on the right of Charlie Kirk, someone who was not an elected official, a public figure who was really notable for nothing more than expressing his opinion and having conversations, who was assassinated in cold blood and then gleefully celebrated thereafter from the left. And I hope that as someone who's moderate, you understand why that's so concerning to us on the right. When we host vigils and memorials, and the left is so completely fearless of their own consequences that they kill one of ours and show up to the memorials and vigils and desecrate and vandalize. That is the information that creates the powder keg.
Yeah, yeah.
The only off-ramp would have been, hey, we kept saying that people like Charlie Kirk, by the way, he was much more moderate than I am. I am Genghis Khan or Attila the Hun compared to Charlie Kirk, but I will have conversations with anyone. I just want to be very clear. So I know that plenty of people would gleefully celebrate my death, my murder, for doing this exact same thing. The only off-ramp would have been the left saying, look, we've called Donald Trump and his voters and Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder and whoever on the right, Tucker Carlson, take your pick, Sargon of Akkad, everyone. Ben Shapiro, we've called them fascists, we've called them Nazis, we've said that they want to commit a genocide because they don't want to transition children, we've called them racist because they support the police in an era of defund the police, and my God, people out there actually believe it. It's incumbent upon us to tone this down and say, you know what? They're not fascists. We made these people believe that this guy would never relinquish the reins of power. How do you deal with fascists? You can't do it at a ballot box. If I believe that there was an actual government right now that was executing blacks, as the left has said about the police force, if I believed that there was a leftist government that was actually fascist, that would jail any and all political dissidents, if I believed that the left was committing a genocide against white conservative Christian men, and if I believed that that administration would never host a democratic election again, I'd be out in the streets with a gun. You have a huge portion of Democrats who believe that about Donald Trump and his voters.
Yeah, I mean, I believe you saying that people believe that, absolutely.
That's very different between the right and the left, isn't it?
I mean, I don't know, Stephen. It feels like it's so polarized right now. It's even hard to find common ground on anything. You know, like, I was just thinking about the sign, and it's that the left is violent.
Yes.
Then when I sit down, it's actually the left is politically violent. And so it's kind of it's a modifier, right? We're modifying our conversation a little bit. And so,
No, what I'm doing is matching the intensity and the rhetoric of the left. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have said the right is violent. The political right is violent. And I'm doing what they are unwilling to do, which is sit down and have a conversation. I don't believe it's nuanced. I believe there's black and white, pretty clear-cut good and evil in this one. I believe there's pretty black and white, clear-cut who's responsible for the political violence. But I will discuss it with anybody. So did Charlie Kirk. And they kill us anyway. So I'm matching their rhetoric that I can fit on a sign, but I'm doing the work that the left is not willing to do and having a conversation. But I don't know where we go from. If we have these conversations,
Right.
and short of a brigade coming in, we get assassinated. The left doesn't fear that.
I would disagree, though. I think the left does have their own fears about it. Maybe it's not exactly the same, but I think there's a lot of fear out there. It's just not. It's just different.
The leftist speakers on this campus don't need the same kind of security. They don't.
I'll take note of that. I mean, I've been a student here for 2 years, and I hadn't even paid that much attention. I don't go to a whole lot of events, but I'll take note of that and see what I notice. So.
Well, let me ask you this. Assuming that I'm not lying to you, right, about these polls, and this is one thing, we always, every show that I do, I'm largely a comedian, by the way. I'm an unwilling participant in this. I want to be telling dick jokes in a comedy club.
I do stand-up comedy, too, actually.
Oh, good, okay. Do you do some around here?
I do.
You might know my half-Asian lawyer, Bill Richmond. He does a lot of stand-up in Dallas right now. He has a show coming up. Well, let me know. Maybe I'll be able to look it up, and I can't come out and see a show unless I come out with security, but I'd like to see your material. That's actually even another example. A man who works on my show, a man named Josh Firestein, he was a booker for a comedy, a franchise of comedy clubs. When I performed at the Spokane Comedy Club, it was the first time they ever needed metal detectors and security. He'd been a booker there for many, many years. You had actual registered communists do comedy there. He was shocked and he was ready to hate me. He works for me now because he saw why it was necessary. When you perform on stage, do you need metal detectors? Do you need armed security? I have since I was 19 years old doing comedy in clubs. And I don't think I've said anything that necessitates that.
So George was letting me know. I have class at 2.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So how do we fix this then?
Oh, I mean, I think we need to have more civil discourse. I think.
Can't do that. We get shot.
Well, we can. We're doing it right now. Let's
with
not
a brigade.
Be so pessimistic. But Stephen, come on, we have to change our attitudes about it. We can't constantly fixate on the negative stuff. I know it's important and it matters, but we can do it. And just as
I can do it with $250,000 of security. Most people don't have that.
Most people don't have that. And you talk about like fearing for your life.
Yeah.
I am a female pastor in Deep East, Texas. So on Sunday morning, I wait for that time when someone doesn't like what I said from the pulpit and comes up to me. So I too live with a fear, but it's different for me. And,
do you have metal detectors and armed security?
We can't afford that at my church. We have an old person that sits at the front and says hi and tries to intervene in a way that would be appropriate of a Christian. We've thought about bringing security to the church. We talked about it.
We literally can't have these discussions on our side unless we have it.
We have security.
It's a necessity.
Yeah. And I think that's really unfortunate that it's gotten so bad. The state of our country is so bad that we can't even talk to each other without one side or the other having to provide ridiculous amounts of safety and security that maybe aren't even guaranteed.
No, it's true. And I agree with you. It is terrible that we've gotten to this point.
Yeah.
It is terrible that it's exclusively incumbent upon one side to have these types of measures in place. Let me ask you this. Because again, I think that we both abhor political violence. Do you think that maybe when one side is being hunted, let's make no mistake, Charlie Kirk was hunted. When people showed up to my house to try and kill me, I was being hunted, right? Any conservative here is one viral tweet, one effective video away from being hunted.
Yeah.
Do we think that when that happens, and we peacefully mourn the loss of one of our peaceful leaders, and we are still approached with violence at memorials and at vigils with desecration, do you think that maybe the both sidesing it, saying it comes from both sides, is actually more harmful than productive? Because it lets the side that's responsible for it off the hook, the clear aggressor.
Do I think it's more harmful to say that it's both sides?
Do you think it would be more helpful to call the left out and say, hey, you guys have been saying fascist, you guys have been saying Nazi, you guys have been saying genocide, sexist, and people believe it, and we're seeing political violence now that we both hate. Do you think that calling them out aggressively, rhetorically, might be more productive than saying, well, I guess it happens on both sides right now?
No, I don't, because it kind of reminds me of therapy, where it's not necessarily helpful to point the finger in ways that are counterproductive. Not that I'm not opposed to holding people accountable, because that's a different thing.
No, I understand.
So,
maybe let me ask you then this way, where you say pointing fingers. What is the reason that we record crime statistics?
I don't know.
Would you agree with the fundamental premise that its primary purpose is risk assessment in determining who's most likely to be victimized? For example, and I hear this from the left, transgender or gay sex workers are more likely to be targets of violence than heterosexual sex workers, right? Those studies have come out, and by the way, those seem to be true. So we go, okay, these people are more at risk. The reason for crime statistics is to assess where the risk exists. Otherwise, it serves no purpose.
Okay.
Will we agree with that?
Fair.
Okay.
Sure. I'll trust your information on this.
Well, it's not information. It's just the reason. This is the why. Why else would we have crime statistics? Why would we record them? There's no reason. Just, okay, crime was committed. There's nothing we can do about it now.
I'll just have a history. I mean, is another potential reason, but sure.
What's the value in a history?
But history's so important, Stephen. Come on.
In what?
History matters. Oh my gosh.
But history is important in what?
In everything, right? History repeats itself, but I think it holds to your point that
Yes.
history matters because you're saying we've seen these
You don't want to repeat
violence events.
Yeah.
And we don't
You don't want to repeat negative history.
Right,
So we agree.
right,
That's the
right,
reason for crime statistics. So if we look at those statistics and we look at the polls and we see a vast, an overwhelming number of those on the left, at a ratio of 6 to 1, support violence compared to those on the right, and we see people being murdered in cold blood. If you are conservative, right-leaning in this country, and a public speaker, you are more at risk. How is that pointing the finger? It's identifying the problem and not repeating history, no?
Yes. Well, with data, sure. And data speaks differently than I think sometimes people do.
Sure.
You know, and so I think how data is presented matters a lot.
I agree.
So yeah, I mean, that's kind of all I really have on that particular thought. Were you wanting?
Well, I think actually, going to that point, the data that's presented, for example, right now in the wake of the assassination, and by the way, not just that, we haven't gone more than 3 days with a serious liberal attack, but a serious leftist attack, meaning in the ideology of the left. You have it right here, ICE, that happened, ICE facility. You had another one in, I believe, is it Alvarado or Alvarado? I don't know the right way to pronounce it. People were shot there. There was a bomb threat. The ABC affiliate. Okay, all right. It's like Houston, and then in New York they go Houston. I'm like, I don't know the rules, so forgive me. And then I have French Canadian mom, so I mispronounce things because she taught me English. Nice. And then we look at the ABC affiliate, Jimmy Kimmel. We haven't gone more than 3 days. That's an acceleration right now. And the problem is, amidst that, the left is saying, actually, there's more political violence coming from the right, and that's the rhetoric we've been hearing, and it's dishonest. In other words, data is being presented to the public deliberately, dishonestly, to victim blame. And that's something that we face too, where if you back people into a corner who are avoiding conflict, who are not violent, there could end up being right-wing violence. And when that happens, it's very ugly, it's very effective, it's very swift. And the only way we avoid that is for the left to take accountability of it and for them to tone down the temperature. And by that I mean, right now, and this is where I show you, I think we both agree on this. So the two sources in the data, I don't care if you see my password, are the prosecution project, that's what's cited in The Economist and NPR, and Cato. These are the ones where they say, hey, right-wing violence is more prevalent. I'm sure you've heard that. Let me show you what they don't include in the data, because like you said, people speak differently than data. Remember this in Portland?
When was this?
Summer of Love, George Floyd riots. Aaron Danielson, shot point blank dead because he was a Trump voter. And the man, Reinhold, it was Michael Reinhold who shot him, told the cops, I got the Trump supporter, dead. We agree that's political violence?
Yes, of course.
Not a single one of these places cites it. It doesn't exist in their database.
The ones here in your black folder, but not here in this.
No, in there. You have all the sources.
Oh, these ones doesn't.
It's the same thing. The black folder is just those.
Okay.
Yeah. The point is they come from two places. TPP, the prosecution project, or a Cato study, which is reflected by the CSIS as well, where Cato tried to say there's 6 times the amount of domestic terrorism deaths. TPP said right-wing general violence. By the way, all of them agree that in the last year, since Donald Trump has been elected, even now they agree 2 to 3 times more leftist violence than right-wing violence. But that was never included. In other words, when they say there's more right-wing political violence, that's not included as left-wing political violence. You know what else isn't? All the riots, the billions in damages, the 37 dead during the George Floyd riots, the thousands of officers assaulted, the thousands of casualties, that's not included. You know what else is included? Darrell Brooks in Waukesha, Wisconsin, who ran people over in the parade. out of an exclusive defund the police, Black Lives Matter, anti-white, black supremacist ideology. That's why he killed them. That's not included. I could go through example after example that where you would just as clearly agree that is political violence. I'm not trying to pick a gray one. It exists nowhere. So why do you think that wouldn't be included in the data as left-wing political violence? Because that's the number cited by the left right now to justify it.
I think we have so much data that it's hard to even, especially in today's, well, I don't know, that's weird because you're saying in the police recorded call, they said
he spoke to the police before they shot him.
So it's on a 911 call. That
so this is on
the Trumper.
Yeah, he was talking to the police.
This
so
is
there's
police cam video.
This is security camera video, and then I believe there's also police camera video and sworn testimony from the police. But he identified as 100% Antifa.
Yeah.
You can look at his social media. He went out there. There are even, I believe, interviews with this man before this was committed where he was talking about enacting political violence.
Yeah.
Did it, clear as day. Are you a Trump supporter? Yes, we've got a Trump supporter. Bang, bang, dead. All the studies from left-wing sources don't include that. Is that bothersome?
Yeah, I do think it is bothersome because we need to have the facts of the situations, any situation, regardless of where it comes from. And you know, you talked about something you said earlier just reminded me of like the media is not portraying things accurately. And
right.
That's adding fuel to the fire.
Yeah.
It's adding so much fuel to the fire.
On that, we agree. And can I ask you, and this is, by the way, there's no wrong answer. This is just an opinion. Why do you think that wasn't included? Why do you think the examples that I gave you, none of them were included? But any example of white on black violence, even if it was a Democrat voter, was listed as right-wing. Any attack on a government building, even if it was Antifa, was listed as right-wing. Why do you think something that clear
was not included?
Would it surprise you if the authoritative source that's being cited, the prosecution project, the author of it, was actually arrested himself on January 20th protesting Donald Trump, committing crimes, and that entire day was also omitted?
Probably not.
A member of Antifa who said we are an organized group and we confront fascists. That's the source that gets disseminated across. Seems like there might be a bias there. And these sources are being used to victim blame those on the right now. Where do you think those on the right go? Where we go, hold on a second, we're actually sitting down and having conversations and we've been attacked and in some cases killed.
Right.
And then you came to the memorials and the vigils and you celebrated it. A majority of people on the left, not all, not yourself, but too many celebrated it.
I don't celebrate death
No,
in that way.
but many did, and we both know that we saw it.
I know you're right,
And then you came and blamed us and said we need to tone it down, and told us that we're more violent with clearly dishonest stats.
Yeah.
That's why I say that both sidesing it doesn't help, because you're backing people into a corner, not you, the left, with lies. At a certain point, they're going to push back, and I'm trying to avoid that.
Yeah, so what do you think the answer is then?
I'll tell you what I think the answer is, twofold. One, the leadership of the left and the majority of the left. I think that the majority of people who identify as liberal, the reason you get those numbers 62 to 65, depending on the day, whether it's Rutgers or whether it's YouGov, I think they support political violence to varying degrees because they actually believe that those on the right are fascist, are Nazis, are genocidists, are racist, are homophobic, are sexist, because every single member of the Democratic leadership has said so. Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Walz, Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, every single one has made that comparison. I think it's incumbent upon the left to take accountability, say, look, we have gone too far here. This needs to be toned down. Of course, Donald Trump and his voters are not fascists who won't relinquish power, because he can't deal with fascists at a ballot box. And then I think we also need to, states need to take this upon them, need to change their soft on crime policy, the no cash bail, the IOU policy, where you can simply say, I'll be back in court. Before Charlie Kirk, right, the story in the news was Zarutska, the Ukrainian refugee who was stabbed on that subway in North Carolina by a black man, to Carlos Brown Jr. He was let out 14 times. And the last time he was let out by a left judge in the name of social justice, he was deemed unfit to stand trial, but they let him go back out into society because he said he'd be back. He said he killed an innocent woman. You know why? Because, hey, justice is racist. I guess I don't know when it becomes racist, if it's at arrest number 11 or 14 or 6. But that needs to change. Those two things, accountability, change in rhetoric, ownership from the left, which will change the makeup of today's left, make us safer, and needs to change soft on crime policy. And I also advocate that conservatives take an approach of ruthless, lawful self-defense, because we've afforded grace where it is not warranted. What I mean by that is people who attack me and my family, and many of my production members who've been attacked, violently assaulted, have taken the high road for a very long time, and that's why these people feel so bold to come to our memorials and still commit attacks. They need to know they can't do that. I want the left to be able to get up and have these conversations with no security, as they often do. And I don't want anyone on the right to go and violently disrupt it. The left needs to be afraid to come into our groups and commit acts of violence, because we watched entire cities burn down. We watched our own die, and then we watched it celebrated. And unless the left does this and takes this approach, it's going to get worse. There's no off-ramp. That's a genuine concern of mine. People are concerned about radicalizing, right? They talk about radicalization with echo chambers online. And there's nothing more radicalizing than an assassination and a party afterwards.
Yes, no, I agree with you.
That's why I'm sitting down doing this. And to let people know that we're not afraid to have these conversations. Now, of course, you know, we have bulletproof glass and a flak jacket, and it's sad that it's here.
Right.
But it's necessary. That's what I think.
Okay.
Would you disagree with any of those approaches? Changing the rhetoric, taking accountability, and stopping the soft on crime revolving door criminality policy?
This is hard, Stephen, because I just feel like we don't have enough time to even really dive deep into each one.
Well, those
of
are two proposals.
Issues. I know, but I just need more time to process and really consider and to understand what you mean exactly with each thing, because I don't want to.
No cashless bail.
No cashless bail.
Yeah, so you have to
Let's
post
start
bail.
with that.
Okay, you have to post bail.
bail.
You commit a violent crime, you have to post bail. You're in jail. You're not allowed out.
Okay, so no cashless bail, meaning you're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to get out without paying any bail.
Without paying any bail, and like
Three-strike policy as well.
Three-strike policy.
3 serious felonies, violent crimes.
Wait, hold on, bail though.
Yeah.
So you're saying if you can't make bail, you can't get out.
Yep. You have to wait for your trial.
No matter what the level of the crime is.
No, if it's a serious felony.
Only if it's a serious felony.
Let's even start with violent crimes.
Like
felonies, violent crimes.
Something like that.
Assault, armed robbery.
Okay.
Burglary. Battery.
I think I could probably get behind that.
Okay.
I could probably get behind that.
Not a single leader in the Democratic Party is. Why?
Yeah.
So we could get behind that. No IOU policy for these criminals. You're deemed meant. Let's use DeCarlos Brown Jr. as a very clear example. We could use George Floyd as an example too. He was arrested 6 or 9 times.
Actually, I'm so.
Okay, that's fine.
I have to go to class.
Okay, well, please peruse those sources.
Yeah.
Your name is Christina. Let me get your last name so if I want to go see your material.
Yeah, well, I perform under a stage name, and I wouldn't say it anyways.
Could you write it down for me if I don't show it to anybody?
I will write it down for you, but you won't be able to find me. I'm not like a big, I just started a year or so ago.
Well, I was going to follow up, maybe if I see it, send you some notes of encouragement, because I could have used that when I was starting.
Okay.
If you write it down, I promise you no one will see it.
Okay. But I don't know how you're going to send me anything.
Well, just no vibes, I think is the term that's used now. I'll be watching, know that I'll be out there going like, hey, go get him.
But this is my stage name.
Okay.
So,
thank you. Thank you, Christina.
Yes. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Good luck with this.
You too. God bless.
And I am, I just want to say, if it's really inappropriate, if anyone from the left or the moderate is right, we shouldn't be celebrating death. We need to be working together and being united in these things. Together we stand, divided we fall.
I agree with most of that.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Christina.
Yeah,
be well.
you.
God bless.
Well, that was surprisingly productive. And I say surprisingly, not in the context of change my mind, but in the context of what we see in today's social media highlight reels. I hope that we can keep this up. Let's move on to our next conversation with Madison, like the town.
Allow me to assert the premise today, which is that today, especially in 2025, I am presupposing that predominantly the political violence right now is coming from the left, setting a tenor and tone where everything you see here today is necessary. And if you disagree with that, you're more than welcome to change my mind.
Yeah.
All right, so which part of that? The left is predominantly responsible for the tone of political violence today. do you disagree with?
Well, I have to think that we first have to consider how many people are on the left and what is the true ideology and mythos behind this new occurrence of violence that we see with the left.
Okay.
Of course, I mean, there's potential skews of media. I don't doubt that crime is not happening, but how many people are truly committing crime out of the sake of leftism or out of the sake of radicalism, or could it be plastered on there just to get this ball rolling about narrative? The only other question that I had, a personal question about you, is, and it's a tough one.
Well, is it related to the topic?
It is.
Okay.
Would Jesus be on the left or the right?
Well, that's a conversation for another day. We talk about that in church quite a bit. I don't necessarily know that he would fit within the current American left-right paradigm. But I will tell you one thing. Jesus would certainly be against political violence as a form of intimidation or coercion. It seems to me like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're not disagreeing with the idea, the uptick that there is an increase in political violence from the quote-unquote left. You're just not sure if you define them as left?
Partially, yeah. I just don't necessarily want to just assign political violence or terrorism directly to the left, because we see political violence across the world in forms of autocratic or conservative ideologies. So maybe China is a really good example. Arguably Russia.
Of leftist violence?
Of leftist violence, especially. Or, well, no, autocratic and conservative violence.
China would be conservative?
I would believe so, because they're an autocracy. So they have to practice conservative ideologies to obtain, they can't liberate their people. That's what the left is. That's what liberation is.
Well, I don't know how familiar you are with the CCP, but they're communist. And they did so under the guise of liberating people. And then, of course, you don't actually have any democratically held elections again. So they are communist. They've done so to liberate people, namely from the decadence, the quote-unquote shackles of the Western world. I'm just a little bit, I guess, flummoxed as to how you would define communist China, the Communist Chinese Party, as right-wing.
Well, because when Marx wrote his communist ideologies, it was conservative-based. He didn't enjoy other people, races. He wanted to eliminate races.
What does it have to do with conservatism?
It has to do with human rights, because conservatism isn't looking to liberate people from or define human rights. It's looking to remove human rights. Conserving the beliefs of the state and conserving the beliefs of elitism.
Okay, so what if your premise is flawed? So what if conservatism, and I understand, by the way, I agree with you, it means different things across. For example, conservative in the UK. In Canada, you're basically a liberal or a liberal separatist. There's no real conservative party. But in the United States, it's not about conserving the state. As a matter of fact, our Constitution is very unique in that it said the state doesn't grant any rights. So it's preserving the Constitution where you are granted unalienable rights, meaning birthrights, by God. And the state only serves to recognize those rights and protect them. And so if the state ever infringes upon the rights that are naturally yours by birthright...
But who assigned natural rights?
Well, again, the founding fathers would be conservative. But natural rights being...
Republican?
Well, this was before the Republican Party.
Am I correct?
This is the Republican Party.
Yeah.
But I'm just confused. So you would say that communist China, conservative...
I would say it's autocracy that uses conservative.
Okay. But how is that conservative? For example, you say doing away with races. How is that conservative?
It conserves their power over the state or over the nation.
So you believe that conservatives want the state to have more power?
I think that we define conservative beliefs by our Republican values. But conservatism across the globe looks very different.
Okay. Well, I agree that different parties, because there's also the Conservative Party, for example, whereas here it's the Republican Party. We're talking about conservatism in the United States. It seems to me that your presupposition is that conservatives, Republicans want more state control, want more government power, as opposed to the Democrat Party, liberals. Okay. That would apply over health care, what you can eat, what you can drive, taxes. They're more left, they're more liberal, more open-minded on the left with those policies. Okay, I would just disagree with that, considering if you just look at marginal tax rates and you look at gun policy, you look at speech policy, you look at energy policy, what you can drive. But going back to political violence, you said you wouldn't want to ascribe the uptick that we both recognize, political violence to the left. What would be required for it to be ascribed to the left? What if they said it was? Like, what if someone's...
I would say, like, I'm looking at this globally.
Well, let's talk about here in the United States, because that's what we're discussing. Yeah. Like, what I'm asking you is, what would be required if someone were to commit an act of political violence and you consider it on the left? What if they said it's because they're on the left? Would that count?
I wouldn't say so, no.
No.
I think if somebody is doing an act in towards the left, what side of the left and why? Because what we refer to as the left is now a religion and ideology.
I would agree with that.
This is a secular movement.
Secular humanism,
And,
yeah.
Well, you can really say demonic too, because like a lot of those people are nuts. And to try to return back to their liberalist state, because in some ways liberalists believe that they've been robbed of human rights. It's a radicalism of people that,
right.
Honestly, if the conservatives, like maybe 20 years ago, started assigning themselves the idea of human rights or like, you know, public policy and things like that, there would probably have been a switch around for the conservative movement to be more actually the radical people.
Do you mean like the Civil Rights Act or like
Civil Rights
Emancipation Proclamation, freedom of speech policy, Section 230, Second Amendment? Do you mean those kinds of rights?
Those kinds of rights, but
if the right had been spearheading those?
And probably a little bit more socialist ideals. But of course...
Well, it's not just change the definitions, right? What you can't do, or I would disagree with doing, is saying racist means conservative, because it doesn't, right? Most slaveholders would be Democrat, and I know we would talk about how the parties have switched. You can't say KKK equal, those would be largely Democrats. There's nothing conservative about racism. There's nothing.
Again, I think that we're saying Republican parties and Democratic parties when conservative.
That's what we're doing. We're discussing it here in the States.
Assignment of Republican, because if you want to argue that Republicans were liberating people, wouldn't that constitute as a left nowadays?
Why would that be left?
Because they're liberating people from slavery, and it's a Republican mindset. We don't.
No, I don't see how that would be left at all. As a matter of fact, I think your fundamental flaw that I would argue is this idea that the left is more concerned with individual liberty. That makes sense why you would ascribe conservatism to communism. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who agrees with you. But right now, on the political violence, let me ask you this.
Karl Marx, he was a conservative.
Wanted to do away with the nuclear family, wanted to seize the means of production and distribution. I just won't agree with you that anything about that is conservative. The political violence, the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Using conservative with Republican ideals. And the Republican ideal is to protect the family. In some ways, you could say it's conservative.
Sure,
family,
conservative,
again,
and Karl Marx wanted the state to be in charge of the family.
That is the American perspective on conservatism.
Okay.
But the arrival of like what is liberalism, what is conservatism, we can't assign it to American Republican Party or Democratic Party because people hold left-leaning views in the Republican Party.
Sure.
We can say that Republicans want to liberate the world from war nowadays, at least with Donald Trump's administration, and that the Democratic Party wanted to do more war in, what was it, like Bush's era? Right? So what is the confusing?
Well, did you say Bush was a Republican? But I would agree with you.
Maybe is it Clinton? Clinton was.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this: all presidents have been more pro-war than how they campaigned, with the exception of Donald Trump. I think we would agree on that. Political violence, the assassination of Charlie Kirk in cold blood. Would that be leftist political violence?
I think that was a Satanist.
Okay. Darrell Brooks, Waukesha, running people over. He's a black supremacist who wanted to kill cops and white people. Would that be leftist political violence?
And he is a part of the BLM or black supremacy movement.
And would you not consider that among the left? Antifa, would that be considered among the left?
I think that they're assigning themselves a party to assimilate with, but that doesn't necessarily, it doesn't account for leftist values. Because the leftist
so let me ask you, because I don't want to waste too much time on this. How would you curb political violence, right? The whole reason for crime statistics is a risk assessment to see who's most likely to be victimized and prevent it in the future. I get that you're in college, and I understand that things can be kind of nebulous or abstract, but there are real people dying, right? And some of them are people I've known. Sitting in this exact. Okay. So where is the violence coming from in the country right now when you take into account Charlie Kirk? I mean, what just happened here down the road at ICE or Alvarado, I'm not sure how it's pronounced as well. We haven't gone more than 3 days in the last 3 weeks without significant acts of self-identified leftist terrorism. How would you curb it? if you're going to curb political violence, and it seems like you're not willing to say that anything is political within the paradigm as it's universally recognized, what would you do?
I think people need to get off social media. They're becoming radicalized through that.
Okay.
How much time can you spend on TikTok, like, cycling through the same, like, violent ideologies? Because conservatives can have
I'm banned from TikTok because I said Xi Jinping has a small penis, so that's the Communist Party.
TikTok. I can say Instagram as well.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I agree that social media can be very toxic, but we're seeing real acts of violence. So assuming that you can't wave your magic wand and ban all social media.
Are you meaning in terms of like policies, like if I had a seat in?
Well, we need to identify the problem. Where do you think the political violence is coming from more right now?
I think on a global scale.
In the United States.
Both.
In the United States.
In the United States, I can't speak on the United States because I don't think it's just the United States.
No, but that's what the conversation is today.
Right.
So if you don't want to, that's okay. But I appreciate you taking the time. I appreciate the disagreement respectfully. You're never going to get me to say that the Communist Chinese Party is right wing.
Well, of course you wouldn't, because like you represent the Conservative Party and the Republican Party most.
Well, there's no Conservative Party here. I'm just conservative.
There are examples of people who are carrying out things violently, but it is not just the leftist ideology. It is a religion to something greater, and that's what I just want to assign it. Is that because yeah, of course, and like I kind of already iterated my points, but
no, and I think and we would agree. You know, Karl Marx loathed religion and wanted to replace it with the religion of the state.
Yeah.
And that's what we see from these leftists. But I appreciate you sitting down, Madison. Thank you very much. Are those furry pants? So that they look.
They're furry pants and what?
Well, they're fur.
Bear pants.
Oh, they're bear pants. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Shoes that are very, very exclusive and rare, but.
So what took you back when I said furry pants if they're bear pants? I didn't mean to offend you. They look like fur.
Well, they are bear.
Okay.
Boston.
They're bear pants.
Are you a fan of Boston?
No. Not very much. I only spent a little bit of time there with the hockey exchange. Montreal, we do an exchange with the Boston, and it's an intensely uneducated and often quite racist people. But thank you very much, Madison.
Of course.
I appreciate you taking the time. God bless.
God bless.
And a moment, if I may, for a brief intermission, and the only time I'd be addressing the crowd this day, to issue a new challenge and lay out next steps.
Guys, this will be probably one of the only times that I address you kind of as a mass of people, because these usually end up being individual conversations. But I wanted to take a moment just to kind of communicate something here. When we started Change My Mind, the idea was back in 2016. I think the first ones were in 2017, so nearly a decade now. SMU was one of the very first places. And actually, I believe one of the very first places was me with a sandwich board in Burlington, Vermont, in a morph suit, because it wasn't on campus initially. But the more I went on campus, the more I saw the failures of the institutions. And I want to be really clear about something. This was never designed to mock, denigrate, or dunk on students who don't know any better. It was always designed to highlight the failures of the institutions, because I was dumbfounded as to the fact when leftists would sit down that this was the first time they were hearing mainstream conservative views. So it was always about highlighting the failures of institutions, and that includes media, but certainly academia. And that's why the next step, and something we've been trying to put together for a long time, but no one has agreed to do so, and why I'll be announcing this publicly and reading it out, we're actually going to be starting or calling for formal debates with professors at schools. And the only way we can think to get these people to show up is to offer up $10,000 to the school for whatever cause of their choice, to their institution, and reach out and, oh, Lane, sorry, your phone locked. Where's Lane? Your phone, see, I have to read this off his phone because I just had to get the list. Can you hold it open? All right. And so we have reached out, and any Tom, Dick, Harry, or Karen who will respond and take the $10,000 offered up as a charitable contribution in any of the departments of political science or liberal arts at the University of Texas, at Kansas University, UCLA, Cal Berkeley, Stanford, USC, Penn State, Columbia, NYU, Harvard, Boston University, any of their esteemed professors in these schools who are willing to have a debate
With a college dropout comedian, they can name the time, the place, pick the moderator, and the rules. It should be an easy day out. And I encourage anyone who has any friends at these institutions, or if you have an association, to encourage their professors to do so. Or we can have a civil dialogue and maybe get to the root cause as to why you've been failed as students. You've been failed. It's time to go straight to the top to the people who failed you. We'll announce this publicly and post this list publicly, and I'll update you guys if anyone reaches back out. No luck yet. I very much appreciate you doing the work that your professors, in many cases, refuse to do. Thank you. All right, now back to the regular programming, the changing of minds. Meet Andrew.
So I'm asserting that today, by and large, the tone, the temperature in this country, and the majority of political violence is coming from the left. Okay. And it's reaching a really serious boiling point. I've been observing it for a long time. Yeah. Doesn't mean that violence doesn't occur across the board, but predominantly from the left. If you disagree, you're more than welcome to change my mind.
Yeah, so one thing, I'm curious where you think that political violence comes from, just kind of as a general.
Where the violence on the left comes from?
Just where political violence, comes from, or on the left specifically, either way.
Yeah, well, I can tell you where it comes from on the left exactly.
Yeah.
I can tell you because I've been on the receiving end many times. So the reason I stopped doing Change My Mind for years is because every single time out there was some kind of attack.
Yeah.
For exactly the kind of conversation we're having right now.
Right.
And the ones that you've seen. I don't come out and instigate, but some people yell at me. Rocks, concrete milkshakes, Molotov cocktails, slashing tires, doxing. With Charlie Kirk, you're just seeing one that got through. He had all the security before he was assassinated in an act of leftist terrorism because there were many close calls.
Yeah.
So that then empirically, that the recent polls from YouGov, from Reuters show that a majority of those on the left believe that political violence is somewhat to completely acceptable.
Yeah.
In contrast to the right, so I'll address leftist political violence. If you refer to your political opposition, Donald Trump and his voters, as fascist, compare them to Nazis, say they're racist, they support oppression of blacks through the police force, say that they want to commit genocide and erase trans people because they don't believe that children should transition or biological men and women's sports, they're sexist, homophobic, and say, for example, specifically on Donald Trump, and this is the entire DNC, as far as national figureheads, saying, and you won't have another election again.
Yeah.
Because he won't give up the reins of power. If I believe that, I'd be in the street with a gun.
Right. So I guess from my view...
Do you understand that? Would you agree with that kind of premise?
No, I understand where that's coming from. And I think really, like, what has changed recently is there's been more hatred in politics. I guess, can we kind of agree with that?
I think that there's been increasing violence. I think that progressivism necessarily is predicated on divisiveness and hatred. I don't think that's the case with conservatism.
Interesting. I guess what part of progressivism do you think comes with that? I mean, like...
Racial division, gender division, classist division.
Right.
I mean, you don't see the right saying, hey, these people are fascist and they want to genocide you.
No.
And I think it's a necessary because, for example, leftism, socialism, right, you seize the means of production and distribution.
Right, yeah.
That requires violence. Lowering marginal tax rates does not.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there are forms of leftist ideology that have violence inherent in them, but I think there are also a lot on the political left. For example, my siblings, we get along like fantastic, especially in an age where people lose relationships over politics. I'm really thankful to not have that be the case. Have two siblings on the left. Both my parents are moderate political right. And
can I ask you, are your siblings, like, would you say significantly left?
I'd say, as policy-wise, fairly so.
How did they respond to the Charlie Kirk assassination?
Oh, they were like fully in support of my devastation at the fact.
How did they respond to so many people on their side celebrating the Charlie Kirk assassination?
Oh, they were fully against that. And
well, that's why you can be friends with them.
Right, and I think at the end of the day, I guess I'll just explain my view a little bit. As someone who's a man of faith and trying to kind of get less into the political sphere and more towards like how can I be bold in my faith, I don't see political violence as the problem. I see it as the symptom, and I think the problem is our lack of religion. And I think in order to then solve that problem, we need to kind of tackle it from the roots. And I know one thing you talk about, for example, is...
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, I think like we see a lot of crime in inner cities, right? Especially with young kids. That's not the problem. The problem is fatherlessness, right? And the crime is kind of the symptom of that. I think I kind of see this in the same vein, right? Where we see this increasing political violence, and we have the question of like, how do we solve it, right? And I know I heard you kind of talking before, and you said like, well, it's on the left to solve it. But I think
on the left, what was that?
That it's on the people on the left to solve the violence problem.
No, I said it's it's incumbent upon them to take accountability for it.
Yeah.
And just even because I want you to continue, but if I may address your point, yes, I do believe that godlessness is the root. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
The root cause of it. Okay. Who seeks to replace faith in the Father with the state? Who seeks to replace God with the state?
I mean, I think it's the ideology of atheism more so than it is a political
it's a political ideology of the left. You look into Marx and Engels.
I mean, I think that's a symptom, though.
Well, but that is the goal of leftist policies, right? Is replace God with the state. State is your God.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the root of the left.
In some vein, I think that's true. But again, I think religion comes first, and then politics outgrow from that. And it's interesting. So one thing, when Charlie was shot, I was devastated, especially as a young conservative man. It kind of really hit close to home because I was like, he was like an older brother to me, right? Like it was like just like a shocking moment, and like seeing people celebrate it, I was like, they'd celebrate my death too if they cared enough, right? I'm not relevant, but if I was relevant, they'd celebrate my death too.
Yeah.
And I caught myself in the day after. I go, I don't know how we can live with these people. And I'm kind of mad at myself for saying that. And the reason is,
why?
Jesus never lived like that, right?
What do you
His
mean?
followers never lived like that, right? They endured persecution as the cost to spread his message. And I think that as either conservatives or people who are followers of Christ, we're called to do the same thing. And I think that it's not necessarily like awful to say something like this, but I think it can also be kind of pragmatically unproductive because I don't think it actually goes at what the root cause is. And I think if we want to tackle,
No, that's fine. Don't worry. You can mess us all up.
If we want to tackle the root cause, our efforts should be on that, right? Should be on spreading Jesus and like his message and what he taught.
Sure. Well, I agree with that, and we do discuss faith quite a bit. And in the show, we have Friday Apologetics episode.
Yeah.
But I would say that I would posit that it's misguided.
Okay.
Sell your cloak and buy a sword. Right. Jesus did not ask for his followers to die for their faith as a primary mechanism of spreading the faith. And he did talk about protecting themselves. Jesus conquered death. You can't.
Right.
Now, I know we all conquer death through salvation, right? But as far as here, that's a very different, and I think that asking people on the right, especially people who are fathers, mothers, to willingly put ourselves out there and endure not only violent assault, but assassination, I just don't know how that's going to solve anything. Maybe you would have a point, and I don't know that I would agree theologically, if after the death of Charlie Kirk, if the left, and I've been saying this, the off-ramp for the left was saying, okay, look, we said that these people are fascists, we said that they're Nazis, we said, and people out there, my God, believe them, we're really sorry, we need to tone this down. Instead, you saw gleeful celebration thereafter. Polls that show a majority of those on the left believe it's somewhat to completely acceptable, and then blaming the right for violence and saying, you guys need to tone down the temperature. There is no living with those people in their current state until they change. They need to be redeemed. And I understand they need Christ to redeem them.
Right.
But we can't be sitting ducks.
No. I mean, I don't think it's wrong to defend ourselves. But like, if we look at how the apostles taught, right, I think all but one were crucified or exiled for their views, right? Jesus said, not you might undergo persecution. He said you will go under persecution if you follow me, right? I mean, baptism is referred to as joining Jesus in death, right? We have these we have these very strong, either depending on the situation, metaphors or direct instructions that we will undergo persecution. And the reason that we're able to do that is we know that we're saved through Christ, right? It's the most beautiful thing, right?
And I understand, but this is one thing where I do get off with a lot of modern Christian theology.
Right.
And I think that you'll probably find more consistent teachings like in Orthodoxy, for example. And I'm not Orthodox or even, what traditionally the Catholic Church, I know there's been splinters, is no one is called to die. No one is called to die. I shouldn't say no one. We are not called to die as a primary means of spreading the gospel. And right now, Charlie Kirk, let me put it this way, he was hunted.
Yeah.
By definition, he was hunted, just as I have been hunted. And your one viral tweet, your one viral video, one post away from being hunted yourself. And for us to say, well, let's just deal with them in love. When you look at systemically, right? We'll use the term the left does. Systemically, people who commit violent crimes against us, they're released on the IOU policy.
Yeah.
Right? Cashless bail. Hey, you're not fit to stand trial. Think of Irina Zarutska before Charlie Kirk. That guy was out 14 times. George Floyd, I believe, was 6 or 9 times.
Yeah.
It is an evil, evil ideology that has permeated the halls of our institutions that does need to be dealt with. And I don't think we can deal with that by just turning ourselves into martyrs. I'm willing to be a martyr.
Yeah.
I don't want to be.
No, I don't think you should necessarily want to be. But I think if we're both looking historically as to how the gospel was spread, it was spread through people who were willing to die for their faith.
Sure, willing to die.
In fact, I see it in the same vein as...
Stephen, right? I was named after the first martyr.
Right.
I'm like, thanks, Mom.
I'm Andrew, so also understand.
Yeah.
No, I think that... Sorry, just kind of losing my train of thought. But
That's okay, brother. I get it.
Yeah, so both how the gospel was spread historically through people who were martyred, and then also in kind of modern examples, right? A necessary sacrifice of being a man is being willing to die for others,
Sure.
right? It's not that we want to die for others. It's not that we shouldn't defend ourselves, right? And I think one key thing is, like, Jesus loved everyone, but the way he loved them was not through being passive, right?